Alright, chat. How are people doing today? I hope y'all are doing well. This new Victory update, from what I've seen of watching Generalists stream, because I don't have opinions of my own, looks pretty alright. I haven't played it off stream yet, just so you guys know, so you're getting my, like, literally very first impressions. But I've been watching Generalists play, and I can say that I already like the census data. Favorite Turkmen Ottoman enjoyer? How am I doing? Doing good. Definitely not a Turkman, just a Turk. But, you know, I'll take it. How are we doing in YouTube chat? What's up, Oldest? How are we doing? Sorry, I'm playing Victorious, so I became a little British for a second. You have to forgive me. Good evening, ran so far away. Good evening, everyone. I mean, for me, it's like morning, but, you know, whatever. Not everyone operates on the West Coast time zone, I understand. Some of us are living in inferior time zones. Is DLC just an update? Just an update. DLC's not here yet. DLC comes out in May. Alright. Go over to the main screen. I don't think I have Victoria 3 right now. Let me just get that captured. That kind of just work? Yeah, let's go, dude. The Boojin. Alright, so here's what we're gonna set up first. Okay, very first thing we're gonna set up. Okay. We gotta get the stream for the stream up here. There we go, we got it. Okay, good. Wait a minute. Not that. I don't want this. I want... Hold on. This is what I want. There we go. Okay. We're gonna literally just have Generalist stream running in the background. Okay, we're gonna put his volume. We're gonna put his volume on. Hold on. Turn off the music so we can hear Generalist because he's more important. Let's put up his volume so we can hear him.
Bro, it's 2,000 hours of Victory and hasn't memorized YouTuber. I think they changed Secret Police.
We gotta make him a bit louder.
Yeah, we're gonna do Secret Police this run. Actually, as a result. Or, yeah.
Okay,
play around with it, because they added new choices, right? New character interactions.
That's about as loud as I can make him go.
Central Republic might be a lot better now, because I think you can step down.
Like him to be louder.
Central Republic. The best features in the new trains? Yeah, we might have to watch the train guy later. Infamy has no bearing on their decision, or is it relations? I think it...
That's loud enough. He's quieter than me, and that's what's important.
I think it only matters if you're actually at another level, and this is how it's always been.
We're just gonna play the game while Generalist talks.
It's not there anymore. How do we check infamy?
Because this is what matters. Okay.
Oh, okay, just right here, sure. I guess that's an improvement. So once we go over 25,
this is kind of a meme, but
a penalty.
I'm down to do it.
Once we go over 75, it'll give us a bigger penalty.
Look at him drinking out of the piss jug. Shameless.
Yeah.
Absolutely shameless.
Someone might trip and fall out of a window, fall on a bullet. Love they call for it arrangement.
Alright, who are we playing as?
Is it actually called that? That's perfect. Best features, ships now splash when they sink. True.
Let's just go with Sweden.
It's always been at a particular level.
80? No.
Changes what's going on. So that's kind of how it's all.
Do everything on standard if we can. I will keep the aggressive consolidation though. Okay.
So let's see.
Classic Sweden playthrough, boys.
No, we can't trade agreement anyone.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me know.
So first of all, okay, big thing.
But that's something you check a lot.
Where do I look at the census data?
In there at a glance. That'll take some getting used to. We're so used
well,
to
where's the census? First of all, check this out.
For this?
Well, I think I'm covering it with Generalist's face, so let me move him. Put him down here, I guess.
I think this guy
Okay.
should be able to handle it.
Check out these outliner tabs. This is crazy. At a glance, you can see what your character's like stuff is,
Yes.
which is crazy.
Feature inspired by
Yeah, that voice background is generalist gaming. We got this stuff.
Like, we're just checking.
I'm so sorry.
Right
Listen,
for whatever reason,
listen, chat.
Notifications for me aren't going. So, like, if you
I'm so cynical about Vic 3 that this to me is like how to review the new patch is just put generalist on and play the game like for like a minute. Yo, his stream's not allowed to lag. Stop lagging.
I tried to set it up yesterday. I thought it was working. Apparently it's not. I mean, we can sim. So sorry, stream elements time.
All right. I think it's okay with the video in that position. Or we can just put it over top of me. Hold on, let's just put him on top of me actually. He's kind of. Oh, I just put it in the webcam. No, I didn't. Never mind. Let's just put him there.
Looks like it worked. We did get a noise, but that is something we.
I'll just when I want to talk, I'll just peek over like that. Okay. Just like, hey guys. There we go.
But how to have a donation thing.
Okay, I think this looks good to me.
It's like the only thing we have on our Twitch.
So yeah.
Like
Okay. Let's play a little Sweden.
We'll probably do that later today.
Classic opening move.
Have a lot of people.
Look at this. I gotta find a spot that's good for me to put this in my. Yeah, let's put it there, I guess.
You can check the
I thought you had hopes for this game. I do have hopes, but I need a little more than hope to to stick with it.
Because it's not taking control of a larger percentage of the queue. It's actually just not constructing.
Ledger? How do I get to the census data that he was showing off? Hold on. I wanted to see that.
Add a couple of these in Astorius.
Look at all this stuff, dude. Damn.
And then we'll start. Why is this not in play? What the hell?
Alright, well, obviously, the game's still got the same. It's still got the same sort of gameplay loop of coal plus iron into steel into engines, you know. So let's just get that going right away, and we'll build. I don't know. We'll just keep it like that.
We can turn on gas streetlights. I don't think we have any coal.
And now we just idle until the end of time.
We might just subjugate Orania.
Population tab.
The thing is we want to just take the state, but we don't want them to call.
No, I don't want this. I want like.
Every time we just go to take the state, they just start calling.
My boy was showing like a really cool thing.
Didn't know about the Great Trains of Mike, bro.
He was showing something different than this.
And before it's still in the game, yeah.
Wasn't.
Well,
I'm just gonna click everything.
We're not getting our queue seized. It seems like. Well, we're also not on laissez-faire yet. It's also really noticeable on that.
Let me just ask him in chat. Hold on.
Alright.
Let me just ask him real quick.
Oh, can we check if they're passing a law? So they still have no colonial affairs. It doesn't look like they're passing a law. Free stat is going to cost us 10 infamy, so we don't want to do it just yet.
I asked him. We'll see if he gets back to me.
The UK can get access.
Oh, here we go. I found it. I'll say, oh, never mind. I found it.
The UK
Here we go.
can get access to Orania, even though, like, game
Okay.
mechanics-wise...
Okay. This is pretty cool. I will say this. Like, this is like a positive. Journalist showed this off, and I was like, "Yo, that's kind of busting." Hold on, I'll look up so you guys can see me above the video. It's pretty busting on God for real, for real.
My favorite question to ask this game, pretty much.
Ugh. I just felt like
I guess we could pull people whatever.
the guy almost threw up. I don't know why. Probably ate too many potato chips yesterday. But that kind of hurt my throat. So this is the biggest addition to the new patch. And it's pretty good. This is nice to see, like having all this information.
We have the improved outliner.
Looks like my beard. True. So that for classic. Let's try to see if we can match generalist stream like frame for frame. See if we can do that.
And then the fourth option we're gonna do is going to be the census data, which is this.
See, he's showing the census data. Look, he's doing it.
Yep. Well,
Oh, that means we gotta go to census data. Hold on. Here we go. And my game crashed. Holy crap. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The game actually crashed.
Alright, so we've decayed enough that we can just take Orania. We're just gonna take a quick save.
I don't know what more to say about it than that.
Save him before he plays, but we're gonna see if...
Shave your head. I should so I can match him better.
Also, also like we're
And
not.
that's the big three I know.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
So take
right.
a look. Great Britain does not like that we do this at all, and we can see why.
Oh my god. I can't, dude. I can't make this shit up, bro. It crashed.
They want to support Orania because they're genial and they have.
Look, I'm not trying to be a big three hater. I'm really not. I think I'm still waiting for the DLC in terms of like really getting my faith back. But like, holy shit, dude. Big bonus as well that you can see before you start diplomatic play. You can see the modifiers for what side, for what guy will join what side. But it's still gonna, I imagine, gonna be a pretty schizo diplomatic play system.
And this is always where we get banished. Why are you not using right click on some other country? Left click is the way you just use because I think right click is faster.
Holy shit! Base generalist, right click is faster. GIGACHAD.
It is faster. Force of habit. You didn't. I don't think you used to. I'm not sure if you always used.
Dude, you can't make this shit up if the game crashed. You can't make it up, dude.
Census data.
All right, let's go back to matching his map perfectly.
I forgot the choo-choos. Wait, is the choo-choos live? Is that update live? That we get different choo-choos?
Wait, was he zoomed in? Yeah, he zoomed in here, right? Okay. We're trying our best, chat.
We could play the French with the French choo-choos that go through the building.
Oh, did you get it close?
Does the highest or neutrality means they will 100% stay out of it? I think it's somewhat possible.
I can't match that. There's no play here.
As I was kind of reading it, because there was like a 50 differential, and they really don't like what we're doing. It's not that they like Orania; it's that they don't like what we're doing. But we see that.
Hopefully stop great powers from randomly interfering on the middle of nowhere. I'm just trying to abolish slavery on the Great Lakes, and then British Empire to side with the slavers. Classic British Empire.
And I think
we got Oscar, he's a moderate.
Interpret the numbers as time goes on.
Can't match that either, because we don't have an army going here. I'm trying my best, okay? I'm trying to keep up with my boy Generalist here.
I think they also improved the UI in terms of being able.
Okay, let's play the game a little bit. We're playing Sweden. Let's see what we can do, politically here. Can I get laissez-faire? Can you pull that off?
Yeah, so like this, we can...
Just,
go to the
yeah, just do this and hope it goes well enough.
Is there a good way for us to be able to delete out of just here? But it's easier for us to see what's...
Actually pretty legitimate. We can lower taxes to get to legitimacy there. There we go.
You can see all the modifiers and stuff too. Let's see what is discriminating migration allowed now. Well, I talked to a dev and the dev said it was always allowed.
You go wait until they abandon it after the second DLC season. True.
Which, like, I don't know. If the values are such that it never happens, then it's effectively not allowed. But my understanding is we will not be seeing significant discriminatory migration. I suppose.
Usually the laissez-faire is mid now. Let's take a look.
I think it's going to kind of operate the way that it has before.
And kind of see the effects of the economic system.
Mr. Floyd Pinkerton, welcome to the stream.
It looks like it's the same as before. There was a bug before in the past which made it like literally not work properly, but I think it's still good. But yeah, I believe it got updated this patch that made so the bug. General was talking about how there was a bug for laissez-faire that made it not work as well, but now that bug is fixed, so we should see it working better.
Let's take a look.
It's cool.
Ooh, nope, that's not what we wanted. Getting help in Windows. 53% of you guys so far say transparent plays, 12% improved outliner, 23% construction bug fix, and 17% census data. For me, it's actually from like the game.
I'm having more fun just trying to match Generalist stream here.
It's probably the construction bug fix.
What's up, Seth?
But,
how you doing?
Like, understanding that like new players, like, it'll be such a big deal for new players. That,
honestly, chat, the reason why we're doing it this way, okay, is because I really wanted to watch Generalist stream because he's very entertaining and probably a better Vic 3 streamer than I am. And I didn't want to stop watching the stream, so we're just playing Victoria 3 with him in the background, or rather in the foreground, over top of me. So that's why this is going how it is, by the way. Just thought you should know.
Build up artillery foundries so that we don't run this problem. Yeah, we probably can't. I mean, we can't afford our level of construction currently. I mean,
hopefully we get laissez-faire and then we can just kind of like speed 5 the game and do nothing. That'd be kind of cool. To be fair, we probably should be like considering if we want to go and invade some people down here or something. Also, let me know the expansion of the trailer and stuff. So genuinely, okay. The trailer looks, I like what Spheres of Influence is bringing to the table. It looks like it's bringing a lot of cool stuff, but I'm not gonna have any hype until we see like the actual the actual DLC itself. What's new in the patch? So first of all, it's basically a mostly information presentation. So you see these tabs on the right side here. These are like really, really cool. They give you a lot more information right away. You get your infamy in the top, so that's nice. You can get more information that way. And the big addition is this, the census data. This is really, really nice to see. It's basically like you can sort this by like anything, like culture, religion, discrimination, employment. Like, this is really cool. I've seen the Steam page. I did look at the Steam page. The Steam page has a lot of little hints as to what's coming. I like the idea of blocks. I like the idea of private investment in other countries where like you can get your capitalists to buy out levels of buildings in foreign countries. That's great. I don't know, it's really hard for me to be like hyped for a Vic 3 DLC. I'm not gonna lie. I'm open to being surprised. To be clear, I'm not like a hater. I'm not like I know it's gonna be bad. It's gonna take me. You're gonna have to show it to me before I show any kind of hype. You're gonna have to let me play it, because I don't know. Who knows how it'll be,
Full on brick our war. We might load here, bros. Because this is gonna.
Adding base Vic 2 features, true.
Orania. This app.
Every nation kind of plays the same. They're more building flavor kind of matches. Yeah, every country does play the same. I don't really care much for flavor though. I'm okay with every country playing relatively similarly. If the mechanics were deeper, such that I could make the starting position of a country be more interesting to mess with. Right now, the way the game is, every country goes down the same path of get rid of your slavery if you have slavery, get rid of serfdom if you have serfdom, get interventionism or laissez-faire if whatever your preference is, and then from there, just like it's the same for everyone. Build steel, build railways, build build engines, build tools. It's all the same, right?
Do all the things, and I just didn't mobilize the army, and so.
If the DLC comes with some reforms to the way that AI is done with regards to diplomacy, then we could definitely see an improvement going on, but, These are both cultures, but they won't because they're liberals. I mean, I don't even know if it's because they're liberals. I think it's just because, like, they'd have to be a lot more of a nuanced system in order to make that happen. I think they don't really want to do that. They don't really. I think nuance is a bit difficult for Paradox with regards to Vic 3. Unfortunately. Just get some interests around so we can get some imports. Is this game on sale yet? I don't know. I don't think it's on sale right now.
And during the mobilization phase, Orania would have enforced on us. Wargold bricking should be.
Tried Ethiopia playthrough? I have not tried Ethiopia. I don't know. I just haven't. Getting this or the Rome game, probably get Imperator Rome, because there's a very thriving mod community for that game at least, so you can get a lot of fun out of that. But yeah.
Charging against impossible odds. I guess we'll see a little bit.
Guess we import guns even if they're expensive. It is what it is. Yeah, Imperator Rome is worth getting if you're into either CK3 or EU4. It appeals to the sense of fun that both games have. Especially EU4, though, I'd say. It's more EU4 pilled than CK3 pilled. But can I see your handsome face? Because I wanted to put generalists even more handsome face over it. But you can still see my eyes. See?
Messes with what we were trying to do.
See?
Like, fight a war. But, yeah. Apologies. Looks like we're going to end the...
As Vic 3 White Knight Defender, if you like EU, get Imperator based.
Really like the transparent plays. And the transparent plays, it's for those of you who are like want to play Iron Man, and we might start playing on Iron Man as well.
Let me test though. If I were to try to puppet, make Protectorate here. See, this is really good. I will say this. This is a nice addition, okay? Because now it's not a total like God only knows what's gonna happen thing with plays. This is good. Like I have to give the credit where it's due, right? This is a very good thing to see. We want more of this transparency. John was talking about it, so I thought I would talk about it too. I'm basically just copying his take because his take is just like correct. Like I hate to, like I'm not trying to be unoriginal, but he's just correct about like a lot of things in this game. So yeah, this is like good.
Bro, are you not gonna get there in time? Come on.
Are we, you know,
Oh, maybe we're gonna need a second army.
building some iron mines here? Use some tools. We can work on that.
Maybe Orania did get buffed.
We can get some from
Or
Belgium, I
I'm just
guess.
tired of them getting conquered.
I don't know if I want to touch anything a Belgian has touched, but
Your dad
make
was
it work.
born in a town called Herat in today's Afghanistan. Persia at the time of Vicky III.
I don't have steel yet,
big
but
war in that it lost. I'm glad they properly were represented in the map. And I'm looking forward to the Great Game event because it was a major part of the era. Yeah. The game is a lot more fun when you accept that autosaves are there for us to use.
That's just only in the CK3 DLC?
Yeah,
That's correct, yeah. They're a DLC feature.
Like, if you want to play on Iron Man, like, I think that this would make such a huge difference. I think that, like, the reason...
Of course he's going for South Africa right away. That's hilarious.
Bugs, like, more than any, because I do want to try it out a little bit, but... Also, like, if we're reading and, like, we're letting the game go, and we're, like, reading chat and, like, this type of stuff, it's, like, really easy to, like, mess something up. Looks like we're gonna have the Sotho secession. So, for Transvaal, that kind of... This is gonna break our war goal, too, man. But they won't be... We're just gonna fight this out, but what's gonna happen is... Yeah... That's stupid as well.
I'm not playing together with him. I'm just watching his stream. We're not playing together. I wish we were playing together. I'm literally just watching his stream while I'm playing.
It's also annoying. You wish they added more flavor instead of
I sent him a message in his chat. See if he'll see it. Can I stop getting to bad events, please?
Grant command to Isabel de Bourbon. This is... Can we reinforce below 0? We can. Oh, that's so stupid. Now we have to...
See if he sees.
Bro. We will swap to Iranian and capitulate before we, like, let...
Did I get a comment on my video? Oh, he's got a phone vibration. I did.
This is, like, obnoxious as hell, though. Advice from someone who plays a lot of Spain. Use Portugal's obligation to exchange LM for the obligation. Free land and land border with Gaza. Easy gold strat.
Good comments, good comments.
Oh, that makes sense. We can't do it now, though, but that makes sense.
We're still contested. Alright. Laws were not illegitimate. They'll pass laws pretty fast. Well, I should probably set, like, some consumption taxes, shouldn't I?
My favorite thing to do in Paradox games is the degree of cheating you can do.
Game more historical now. I wouldn't say this update really changed much. It just added more transparency in the information, which is appreciated, to be clear, but it's not a huge update or anything.
Swapping sides, we're like declaring on France for a bunch of territories, and then swapping sides and capitulating, and then be like, we're so good. Looks like we're about to finish our coal mine in Castile, so we're gonna turn on this.
She was covering your face? Oh, I know. That's intentional. That's intentional. I'm like, this game performance is abysmal. Oh, yeah, I know.
That's exempt, I guess.
Yeah, it's... I mean, for me right now, it's running okay. This is, like, about what I'd expect. Dude, can I get any good events, please? Please.
We're not gonna set it up.
Any good events.
It's logging immediately, but we're gonna put it all on auto expand. Hopefully, we can actually pass laissez-faire.
Swale and premium metals, we'll get that eventually.
Stream on my stream. You should watch your stream so you can keep an infinite loop. GIGACHAD. So, doesn't that violate TOS?
Does that violate TOS?
You stream someone's stream?
It's I'm reacting.
Thought you could not. I thought it wasn't allowed.
It's reaction content, bro. It's in the gray zone. He's watching me. Dude, can I get any good events, please?
This guy says he's watching our stream, and then he's like, just has it over his cam instead.
Yo, what's up? What's up, generalist?
I suppose that's one way to.
Swale and premium metals, we'll get that eventually.
One way to handle things.
Oh, dude, he's doing it. Look at him go. He's actually showing it. He's doing the streamception. He did it briefly. He stopped.
Best law ever.
That was funny.
Or the best law.
That was great.
Uprising's gonna have to capitulate.
That was really nice of him to do that. The biggest complaint with Vic 3, personally, is that there is meta open at all times for players. There's a place like South Africa open. It doesn't matter who you play. Basically, yeah, that's true. That's true. It's always good to just go to, you know, here and get stuff right. That's very true. Also, that's the wrong goal, but don't worry about it. I don't care enough to change the goal.
So I got your stream a stream.
That was hilarious.
Let's see. Reaction content, bro. Reaction content's like, what the hell is this?
Form Scandinavia. True.
God, this is
Let me just protectorate Denmark real quick. I mean, right now, okay, but you guys want to see? You guys want to find out how accurate these predictions are? According to the prediction, okay, no one would join. No one would join apparently. So let's see. Let's take a look at how accurate. Will this go how the game says it will go? We're gonna find out, chat.
So stupid. I think they actually beat our army when we're trying to land here too.
Okay, let's try it, chat. We're gonna find out. I'm pretty sure I can beat like Denmark, just like pound for pound. We're gonna see.
You were literally just there, my guy.
Bro, we already have too many capital ships. Are you kidding me? Well, is this window? It's part of the new patch, so now you get to see a little preview. Okay, they lied. I hate it. I hate it. No, they still lie to you. They still lie. It wasn't even because of a sway. It's just they just chose. They just chose it. No.
Yeah, we showed his Twitch. He's streaming on YouTube as well, I think.
No.
They fixed the.
No. Those sons of bitches. Those bastards. So, it is not reliable to just assume that the prediction says that you're safe.
Well.
How are we gonna die here? Oh, they did offer them a treaty port. Maybe okay. I can be more forgiving about this. They offered them a treaty port, so that is like a reasonable. That is a fair. I will be less mean to Vic 3 for this. This is totally fair that they offered them a treaty port, so they joined. That's based. Okay. Was this patch just change migration as a spreadsheet? More or less, yeah. But that stuff is important, right? Because migration's always been fucked. So. There's like these cultural community things going on now. Here, I think if I look, I wonder if I have, what cultural communities do I have? Swedish, Finnish, Ashkenazi. So like you've got these like communities. And basically like pops can migrate, I think, read this. Pops in your mark to migrate to this state. Okay, so this way you end up with like much less of the, like a million pops, which are like size 1 or 2, you end up with like a lot more like consolidation. Although in this case we have like 100 Ashkenazis here, but like the communities basically limit who can migrate. And then I think now, James was explaining it to me, but I'm not sure if this is from like a patch that's coming up or if it's from this patch. But apparently now, like you can get like discriminated migration, so you don't just get migration via like accepted pops only. Also, I'm restarting because I don't want to like. I just wanted to test that. I wanted to test that thing with the predictions for the plays. But I think we're gonna do like a real playthrough now, and let's go play as like cool new background. Let's go play as like Sikh Empire as a classic. You know, my classic starting place. See how they do.
I haven't done like dark math on this.
What the fuck is dark math, generalist?
I believe it's just better to import it.
Bro said he hasn't done dark math. Alright, classic Sikh Empire playthrough.
Let's see. I forget what the requirements are. I think that we just don't require anything. Oh, it has to be specifically coal mines in Asturias up to level 3. I thought it was coal or iron. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to put 3 of those in the queue.
Let's do this. So, let's make like an agrarian Punjab, you know? Classic.
Just a resource view? What about
the Empire of the Pun? Yeah, the Empire of the Pun run. That was back when the game was much easier.
Does Asturias?
Okay. Well, I mean, that's honestly I think we just
Inner Mongolia
immediately
used to have the river, I think. That would also
try to reform the government and stuff.
We have Gobi Desert there in Eastern Steppes. I think Gobi Desert was also.
Can we maybe try? Can we
Like,
possibly get
region much more viable.
foreign laws? Is that even a thing we can do with this country?
Finally conquering Orania.
Maybe we can. Okay.
Much pain. Wasn't Inner Mongolia named Monan?
Okay, we can try to make grain expensive.
Yeah, it was something like that. You were correct.
Let's just export to everyone. Maybe we can get corn laws going, and then we can have a fast start here.
It shows all the modifiers on both lenses. Yeah.
Gonna get smaller? Nah, dude, ain't no way. Sag.
You know, you're gonna want to build like steel where you have like iron stuff. Or
So let's not build any wheat. We don't want wheat to get built. We want it to get more expensive. We'll try to make that happen. In fact, we can actually just destroy wheat farms to make it happen, to be fair.
They have 7 gold mines already.
I think maybe we just do that. It's one way, certainly, to get the price up.
I guess we're actually gonna want.
It's gonna tank our people's happiness, though, but it's kind of worth it, so bye-bye wheat farms.
Incorporate that. We want to incorporate it anyways. But us incorporating this, and then we will use the little extra authority we have, so we can build the gold mine.
Should I just low-key get rid of all of our wheat? Like, just be like no wheat allowed?
Such a high roll for 39.
Projects cannot be cancelled, damn.
Like, BRO.
So we can't reduce it while it's being privately constructed. You hate to see it.
That's actually more like BAAROH, something.
We want to make wheat expensive. Or grain, rather.
Violently suppress here to decrease the effects of turmoil, which, you know, is giving...
I mean, we could build... What consumes grain? I know cows do.
And we're gonna build
If they get the... This, yeah, we can just build... Okay, we build more cows. That's what we build in order to get grain consumption up. No, the stream froze. Mr. Gaming. Don't leave me.
Unfortunately, we don't have Atmo engine yet, but...
Delete food. Yeah, literally, like, we're gonna... Like, we can just build more cows in order to consume more wheat.
What is this?
I like this shows our shortages. That's pretty cool. We need iron. Okay, let's do that. That's a really cool feature. The UI changes, I will say this. UI changes are nice, and, you know, we should be happy to have them if we get them, because pretty based. So should I be friends with the British? We can, for now.
And look to take this. I think we gotta let our infamy calm down a little, because I think that's like 12 or 15 infamy.
Happy Albania Day, let's go.
Grass campaigns do now? Ah, yes, they changed it. Let's take a look.
Oh, they changed greener grass campaigns, according to journalists?
Now it gives plus 20 migration attraction.
Oh.
That's real nice. And 25%
Nice.
migration attraction. But that plus 20 flat.
Churchill maxing, let's go.
We can place it in places like...
I mean, we're trying to cause a shortage of grain.
That's actually way stronger. So, our flat here is like 25.
Kind of sensitive, Sag.
And we have negative
Bro went too hard.
so this is actually a bad
Bro was
example.
cooking
So
too
our
hard, he
flat
had to take it back.
25, so the fact that we could like double the flat, that's like super substantive. Bro, says Max. I agree. The former front lines, so I think bug. That might be it. Can you show all e-conquered territories? What does it mean to e-conquer? Is that an e-girl thing? E-conquered? We've
Social
conquered
mobility.
this so far. That's the only thing we've taken. And now we're
Yo, France, thanks for the bankroll, dude. Hey, yo. Let's go, dude. AI engaging in diplomacy?
Viewers pointed out, you can trade for this from Portugal with your obligation for free, and that's probably a better start than taking Gaza. We're about to get laissez-faire as well. Big nice. I think we're gonna kick these coal things to the front because of the...
They stopped bankrolling me immediately. What the fuck? Did they get their... They didn't even get their... They just did it and stopped immediately.
A little bit more money than we'd like.
Just probably producing so much grain. That's why we got to replace that with livestock ranches. We're working on it.
But I guess we'll do this.
That's what I'm doing. I am building livestock ranches. That's what we're going for. These are producing a ton of grain, you're right. Livestock ranches hopefully can consume it.
Good afternoon. Flat OMG. Have we seen the spheres of influence? Yeah, at the very start of the stream, we reviewed all the spheres.
Where do I see? Oh, this, right? I'd switch this tab, then I can see... Oh, God. Where can I see
I don't think so.
my progress on improving relations? I don't like that that's gone now.
Close their borders.
I am improving relations, just to make sure I am. Where does that...
But I think overall, the fact...
Politicians? Oh, that must be my interest groups,
the
yeah.
fact that they accept your pops is a little bit more of a annoying thing, but on a per infamy basis, this is just too much resources to pass.
Oh, that's kind of... Bruh.
And, like, also
Can I not see, like,
one of the best companies in the game.
I can't see, like, what do you call it, the... what my diplomats are doing right now? I just have to know. It's kind of unfortunate.
Get laissez-faire. We can't slot in the company yet. I think that we're gonna need more light ships.
Accidentally opened my mod manager. I didn't mean to.
The classic.
Cancel. Ah, close.
Yeah, we need this to finish. We're gonna kick this up so this finishes a little bit faster. Government petition is finished, and so we can get rid of the corn laws by going free trade. I think this is what we do here. We might use our one time here for the stream. Actually, this is going to be a long stream. We're planning on, as long as we have over, like...
It's going to be a while till we can actually get enough grain consumption to make this work. But the more we build here, the more the subsistence farms get, like, removed as well. So,
start with
yeah.
380 of you guys. Shout out to you guys. We're probably going to end up going a really long time.
Yeah, General is killing it with the views on YouTube right now, by the way. Go check out his stream. I'm going to be honest with you, okay? Like, I'm not trying to shoot myself in the foot too hard here. But, like, you should probably watch his stream. If you actually are interested in Victoria 3, like, you should go watch, like, this one below here. Like, this one, okay? Generalist Gaming. You should go check that one out on YouTube and on Twitch. But, if you're here for me, then I'm here. But this guy's got more of the actual Vic 3 content. I'm kind of just memeing right now.
What's the themey thing? Yeah, let's type it in chat.
With the pin nations now. It's a little unfortunate. Like, I can go like this. Yeah, see, okay, I see. Yeah, so I got to do that. Okay, well that's okay, I guess. I don't know. I would have preferred not to have it that way.
I think we say no.
Crush subsistence. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. We do have 3 million job seekers, but yeah, it could be a good idea just to make a bunch of clothes. We could even join the British market and just live in it.
We can't ask to join because we have subjects. Right? Oh, did they fix this? Did they fix this? This wasn't in the notes. Oh my god, if they fix this. I'm so happy if they fix this. That's been such an obnoxious thing for so long. You can't ask to join someone's customs union if you have... Oh, we don't have... No, we have subjects. We have subjects. So...
I think for now, I just want to try to get off traditionalism if I can. We need to get the... who can we get in here? The Sikh priesthood, I believe, normally is in support of, like, getting rid of serfdom, or is that just wrong? Oh, are they...
Like 2 hours before you
are they not normally into that?
Share them until a certain time, and then like I reread it a bunch of times because I had to do it.
I guess not. Am I just wrong? Yeah, I think I'm just wrong about that. Never mind. I thought normally they were.
Wasn't sure about things. I wasn't sure if I could show it off on stream, but I could. With the game.
And with theocracy, holy GIGACHAD.
Nobody. We could stay religious.
I guess we could just throw the intelligentsia in, so we could just be like, bam. Although that would tank us. This is unacceptable, but we can at least do it. I think we kind of just do this, and then if we gotta fight the landowners, we fight the landowners. It is what it is. Let's go for homesteading. In fact, they won't even rebel because actually they will radicalize them. Never mind. But tenant farmers wouldn't. So I think we go tenant farmers and just hope.
Rev about 3 to 4 times and get a ton of inflation.
Yeah, it's not too bad chances. If we can at least get off serfdom, that'd be not bad, and then we can work towards something better.
Also, unlocking some of the power of the investment pool is also gonna be really nice. We want the investment pool to take over a little bit for the construction, so I think we want the naval bases produced like after these coal mines. To be honest,
Russia's bullying Persia. They do be doing that. In fact, they took Azerbaijan. That's or Tabriz, whatever. I guess this is Azerbaijan. Yeah, they took Tabriz, which also has a lot of Azeris in it. Did they do anything else to them? No, they just took that. Okay. They might have also opened their market or something. It doesn't look like it. They still got mercantilism.
What is your expectations of what? A nice RP would be to reestablish control over Latin America. This is kind of what I'm thinking. Get revenge for the 30 World Wars and take the United Netherlands.
No timer on this? Oh shit, you're right. I forgot the timer. You're so right. I totally forgot about the timer.
We're gonna try and stay.
Get that on here.
Then. I think if people
Let's get that up.
No one suspects the Spanish Inquisition.
Where is it? Come on, I clicked it. It's supposed to open. There it is. We get it right away. It should be on screen now.
Just so we're clear, state religion's bad, okay?
Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Sick.
Just to be clear, I think we have one university. Oh, it's not the wrong tech. It's not imperial.
It's not a Tark shape if you don't forget the timer. True.
My feeling
Yes.
when I mix up the philosophy.
Why do you think I'm covering my face? Because it's because the AI isn't good enough to generate my face properly, so I gotta just kind of cover it up and hope that you guys don't notice.
Also, past parliamentary republic, have the country break apart, have 1 year new states declare oppression, and then back to monarchy within a year.
Okay, we take this. We definitely take this. I remember the old meta back in the day was to delete all of your barracks that weren't in Punjab and then start a civil war and win it to kill off the landowners, and then that way why wouldn't that work? That should still work. Like, what if I just 35 barracks here? Can I just like look at my army here? And can we just get rid of like all of them basically? First of all, let's put everyone into one army. I'd like to do that. Let's just kind of move everyone into one.
Colonize Africa to save the natives from hell.
Put them into Ranjit Singh's army.
You're always right. Gotta take the
Which one is this? Ranjit Singh's? Yeah, it is. Okay. Put everyone over here.
It's gonna
Yeah.
turn into a politics.
And then
there's gonna be
we're just gonna move everyone over. We're gonna try that strat. See if it still works.
100% turns the tables. Duro y Campania established.
Let them all do their thing.
So good.
The new Outlander is nice. Yeah, I agree.
Arms industries building throughput is actually kind of a nice
Okay.
modifier in artillery.
The Fauci Ayin.
Actually, you know what? Maybe these modifiers
That's
are better.
that's Zoraver Singh.
And maybe we could try.
I know a guy in real life named Zoraver.
As well.
Full name.
Oh, we're importing them currently. Yeah. Well.
Get everyone together here. Okay. Wait, did that work?
Joys.
There. Okay, now they're all in one army.
Capital, to be honest.
So, I can't break down these particular barracks. I think I have to go in here. I have to go like this, and I gotta find the ones. So the ones from Kashmir gotta go. Yeah, all the Kashmiri ones have to go.
Is Spheres of Influence already live? No, it goes live May 6th. Do you think Paradox will redo Colonial administration?
Ashton's also gotta go.
Benefit at all? I think that.
Gotta be careful not to delete any of the Punjabi
You
ones.
can build in other stuff. It makes it much more reasonable now, but we'll see.
I want to see if this strat still works.
We have to wait and see. So we can see transfer. We can see Bolivia is definitely going to join.
Any Pashtuns here still? All Punjabis. Okay. Line infantry.
Doesn't even have an interest
Get rid of the Kashmiris. I want to make sure I do this right, so I'm going slow. Sorry. I wonder if this still works.
Diplomatic play as well. Huh.
Obviously, this makes it more vulnerable to the British, but okay. Also, it gives us more money, to be fair, so it's kind of worth it.
Interesting.
Questions. We have one Dragoon in Kashmir, so it's got to go. Didn't do that.
And then we're going.
And these are all Kashmiri. Air precision power projection. Who cares? It doesn't really matter. If we can like get a better government, that'd be way more important. Okay, so get rid of all these. Look at something. Our income is much better, by the way. And now we should see there's no barracks here. No barracks. One barrack. I missed one. Okay, well, we'll let them have one. And we've got our units over here in Punjab. Let's try to. I mean, we could try to start a civil war by let's just do homesteading to try and trigger a civil war. And let's see how it goes.
Brazil doesn't want the return.
Yes. Okay, there it is. And it's only in Kashmir. That's good. They're definitely gonna. Okay, this is probably still the meta strat, isn't it?
Oh, Smallers is now a leisure good. I forgot about this. Maybe we should be playing USA for the proper RP run.
So in rural folk also like it. Okay.
They didn't make tanks a leisure good.
Tanks are not a leisure good? Are you kidding me?
I think this is our Shadow Realm army.
Yeah, we want this revolution to fire so we can eradicate the landowners, basically. That's our intention. And I think it'll work. In fact, we can actually invest more into construction now. And because we seem to be having okay relations with the British, I think we can get away with this.
Ooh, and our company's in the ledger too. I know my camera's blocking it.
I want to progress the Civil War.
Maybe we can just
Whatever progresses it.
Second, except
There you
it's,
go,
like,
good.
super.
I'm trying to
It's, like,
stoke.
super
I'm trying to
center.
stoke
I don't
the
know if
fires
I
of
trust
war
myself,
here.
But like at the very bottom.
Only
left,
problem
the
is
company
we
control
do
icon.
manufacture guns at home, so that's good. We do
Yes,
actually
the
manufacture some
economic
guns.
Yeah, you can see Duro y Campagna. Whether or not we're getting the bonus is in the ledger. So this is super, super nice. But yeah.
Yeah.
This is uber nice. Long live Generals Gaming. Hype. Big hype. Big nice. Big nice, big hype.
Give me another good revolution tick. Let's go.
Playwright. Oh, this is only
25%,
for
damn.
5 years now.
Yeah, kill Alexander Gardner. Fuck that guy. But wait, who do we get? Who do we get in? We got a jingoist. Okay, it doesn't matter. I was gonna say if we got like a market liberal, then we can keep the landowners, but we do not.
Protectorating Bolivia. Well, I would have explained it, but you didn't trust me and you asked chat, so we'll let chat explain it.
Damn. GIGACHAD generalist.
We will allow chat to explain why. I believe in you, chat.
So how long do we want to keep up the generalist meme, by the way, chat? I'm down to just keep watching generalist play. But are you guys actually interested in the Sikh Empire run? Or are we just like, we're just being chilling? Now let me know, chat, what you prefer. I think it's a funny meme, but I also get how I can sometimes not read the room, so.
They're worried. Please don't back down. Looks like they're not going to. Hell yeah, brother. This is like the most efficient war.
Oh, we're not building anything. Hold on, let's do some clothes. Yeah, we can definitely do some clothes. Although we need more infrastructure so badly. It's kind of crazy.
Can't rapid advance yet. No. What is the Shadow Realm Army for? So we call it the Shadow Realm Army. It's going to be for...
Oh, Tanja's a nice touch. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad people have taste.
And the reason why is that our port gets bricked because we don't actually control the port in here. And so very often your army will get bricked. I suppose we could ask...
Okay, there we go. Good. There it is. Okay, okay. Raise the army.
I like the fact that Portugal can't side against us.
Wait, no, don't create an army. No opinion based. And then can we get some conscripts? How do we do conscripts again? Oh, oh, this is cool. We get all this stuff.
Tanks aren't good. Eddie Hall is crying right now. Tanks aren't
okay, let's I want to put some conscripts in this army, which I think we do by clicking this, and then we can add some conscripts. So we're just gonna conscript like a bunch of, you know. Give me like yeah, 40 guys, 40 conscripts. There you go. Okay, cool. This should be an easy clap, and now we should have a much easier time destroying the landowners.
Didn't they change it to Peru-Bolivia Confederation no longer fires if Bolivia is the subject? I believe so, but this isn't the reason. Because Giles is too handsome and very good at this game, I think. This is the correct answer.
Understand how he plays. By the end of the game, he has like 32k construction and a good economy. He's just good at the game. Like I back when I was in my Vic 3 prime, I was like that too, where like I would have like these insane playthroughs and stuff. It's a game where if you get a good early game, so you get the ball rolling nice and early, you're gonna like absolutely dominate the rest of the game. So yeah, it's not that crazy to see happen, but definitely he's like on another level, even beyond me. Like in my prime, like he's crazy good at the game. He's a spreadsheet guru. He is a spreadsheet guru. It's impressive.
So is this decided it's going to be aggressive colonial Spanish Inquisition theocracy run? And will it be available? The VOD will be available on YouTube, yes. We're streaming on YouTube. YouTube autosaves all the VODs. You have to search for it specifically in streams though. Like it's
Alright, we should absolutely crush our revolution here. And that will kill off our landowners.
Recruited up, so we can switch to rapid advance. I think we'll want at least 2 guys on rapid advance.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance. They do have cannons, I think, whereas we don't. No, never mind. They don't. They only have infantry. Yeah, okay. Easy clap. There's just so few of them. They don't stand a chance. Yeah, easy.
Does this mean we have to make an adjustment?
Yeah. This should be like the way to go, right? Like in terms of fixing this country, we just want to have a revolution, and then should be an easy clap, right?
Maybe we can churn through enough of their guys.
Yeah, but what generalist said?
Oh, we have 4 guys over here.
There we go. Okay. So now, if we reform our government here, we can get this, which is good. What do we got? Is it a sub or something? There's a sub really fan. 2 years! Holy. What a GIGACHAD. Nice. What is this warning? What is this notification? What is that, like, box?
Someone hasn't answered the
I guess we have a shortage? That must be it, right? We have a shortage of iron.
Why you do it this way?
Oh well. Also, yeah, 2 years. Goddamn, bro. That's insane. I didn't realize I've been a shimmer for 2 years. Time flies, man.
This?
Can we get away with conquering Sind?
Are we looking at this, or are we looking at cultural?
Probably me, yeah, probably not.
What's the best monarchy president?
Box in the EIC for no reason other than the Kex. Well, the reason why we want to get the Sind is for a port. If we can get that port, then we can really start doing more. Right now, we're kind of boxed in here, which is unfortunate. If we can get powerful enough, we could go to Qing or to Japan. But to be honest with you, as the Sikh Empire, we actually have access to many raw materials that we can use to create like a solid set of stuff. We don't actually really need to imperialize from here. We will eventually, like when I say eventually, I mean eventually, we'll want to imperialize so we can get rubber. But for now, it's pretty chill just to sit here. So yeah, our landowners are marginalized. That's very good.
That like sandwich of yours, and then you like get the sandwich. You're like, what?
Arrange accident. That's a cool new button. Arrange accident.
I mean, maybe we.
Let me ask Generalist. Check that out. The new interaction.
Oh, I thought we were strong enough.
He probably already did though. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't annoy him. I don't want to actually be annoying to Generalist. I like memeing with him, but I don't actually want to bother him.
I guess yeah, let's switch to the military one.
Let's get dye workshops going and all our clothes stuff.
So maybe let's.
Our infrastructure is kind of bad, but it is what it is. To be honest with you, when you're a country this small, we could run our entire country more or less out of Punjab, just because of how everything is kind of concentrated here. So infrastructure is not that important for now. Eventually it will be, because we're going to get a much bigger empire, but yeah, we're not too worried about it. The only thing is we don't have access to a ton of lumber in here, although we have some though. In fact, let's actually prioritize. I might actually just say fuck it to structure, because there's so many pops here. And eventually once we get railways we can do that. We need iron, which I think we don't actually have any, but we can get some from Afghanistan, which I think we can pretty easily conquer. 25 infamy for this. Russia probably might help Afghanistan. Persia might help Afghanistan. Yeah, okay. Want to be careful then.
I'm gonna station you over here.
How about Pellets? So we just want their iron. That's all we really want. Looks like nobody would probably help them that matters. So I think well, maybe Afghanistan would, but then we could probably fight Afghanistan. That screen again? Yeah, this is a much better screen than it once was now. It's a big mostly a UI update is what it is. Let's get the 20 prestige. Kind of bussing.
In the migration map mode? Okay, be in a migration map mode and click on estate, right? Is this what you're saying? Alright, we're on the migration map mode. Let's click on estate. Weekly migration, attraction.
What's going on?
Tells you who's there and stuff.
I pressed E like it's CK3 to freaking change maps.
Bringing up RBs, you can talk about whatever you want. I'm just memeing. I think banning you would be funny, but not gonna ban you. Although occasionally we ban people for the memes. 100%
nice.
Joking. It's like you do not feel bad.
So having the prediction does help, but I had experiences where like still, even if it says they will probably remain neutral, they still sometimes join, but usually it's because of sways. So you probably want to check this number still and think, okay, would this country reasonably be swayed into fighting me? Like, for example, Afghanistan probably could be swayed into supporting Kalat by like offering Pashtunistan or something. So that's an important thing to take into account. It's like, okay, they probably could be swayed against me.
Fast food in general has just gotten wildly more expensive.
We're almost at homesteading, boys. We're almost out of serfdom.
If you like fast food.
You can accustom you thought your economy going crazy. before you leave a customs union, consider what resources you're dependent on from that custom union, and then try to get access to those independently of your union. So anytime you leave a customs union, you're always going to have some chaos in your economy, just inherently, because it's a big change to suddenly have a new customs union. But if like you know, if you can try to account for it beforehand, then you're good.
What's Russia's GDP in your game? You want to compare? Well, Russia like did this, which we haven't seen too much of this before, but it's 37 million. It's like
I want to take a look at how the viewership on the review is doing, by the way, because I'm curious if people are enjoying it or not. I think people are gonna like it because I think I'm the only review on YouTube right now for Legends of the Dead that is a little bit negatively oriented, and therefore people are gonna feel like they got a voice in it, you know. So hopefully that'll be a thing. Actually, it's got the like to dislike ratio is a little bit low, not crazy, but it's a little bit low. But the video's doing well though, so that's good. Good.
How's diplomacy looking so far? Is it working as it says? It seems to be.
Oh yeah, minus nag time. That's great.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Generalist Gaming is not just arguably the best Vic 3 player. I'd even say he kind of is the best Vic 3 player, to be honest. At least the most dedicated, but I would go as far as say the best. Yeah. He's like insane. I admire his ability to play the game, and also even his content. He does a good job with the content too. It's not just he's good at the game; he's a good content creator too. He's entertaining. He's a smart guy as well. I know I'm really like sucking him off here, but I do like him quite a bit. Also, we don't have tools, so we can't do this actually.
Oh, you know what? I know what the problem is. Combat with.
I just think that we need a we need a port to be able to join the union.
More infrastructure here.
Yeah, we got it. Homesteading. That's a good start. Next, we want to get off traditionalism, which we can get to agrarianism, which is an upgrade, but we need we like romanticism or whatever. I'd like interventionism, which only the industrialists support. So unless we can get a market liberal somewhere. Agency is land reformer. That doesn't really help us much.
Really, I mean, maybe the thing is we just need a 20-stack navy and a 20-stack army.
Okay. If we can get lucky with our excelling dissidents, we can get a market liberal maybe. Or maybe just even just what do you call it, an interventionist. We just need someone that doesn't want traditionalism, so I'm gonna try it. Okay, an authoritarian. Doesn't really work for us.
Increase the penalty for landing?
Let's just be a legitimate government for now then. Our priesthood is really, really strong. Could we try to make this guy have an accident? We need secret police for that. Okay, I see.
We could zoom out to see the grapes. Having a boat and a dream back for 1.6. It appears to be like extra not back. I don't know. I feel like we're normally supposed to win this type of landing, and so.
This would be funny, but I'm good.
Exactly. With changed corn laws, is it getting it still meta? What's the benefit now that you can't get rid of it until free trade? Well,
I think we can go for this because yeah, the East India Company won't join. I think we can do this. Let's do it. Let's do it before something happens.
I mean, we could try doing multiple battles through this guy, but like the reality is we're gonna need. Well, he has less of a penalty now that there's 17 instead of 15. But...
We move. Dude, I don't know the military UI very well. There it is. Okay, sorry, I got the generalist stream on my screen, so it's hard to know where everything is.
The thing is like if the guy dies before you get free trade, that's real bad, right? So. And now we could probably try and ban slavery.
So hopefully no one joins against me here. I think we'll be okay. They're protective of Sind though, so they might be like an open market type deal. But honestly, if Britain wanted to open my market, I might even just surrender that so I can get my market open, because that'd be pretty nice. I wouldn't really be unhappy with an opened market.
Who hates it? Just the landowners? Sure, let's just go for it. Because they're super happy right now.
Let's get our conscripts. We should probably do that. That should ensure victory here.
Alright, we got a 7-on-7. 3.5.
Because I mean, we have like millions of pops just chilling, so we can just give them jobs anyway, just as temporary conscripts. Yeah, having to relearn the game is one of the biggest roadblocks for me whenever I try to think about making content. Is because I learned the game in like the very early patches, and there was like a way to play the game, and that was fine. But
confused.
now there's like a lot more going on, and that's good. To be clear, that's not a bad
Like
thing.
easy class
It's just that it
players.
means getting back into the game can be difficult because it's like, well, I got to learn all this stuff now. The nice thing about Sind, by the way, is that they have sulfur. This is a big reason why Sind is quite good. And we can probably get iron off of Baluchistan, so we can use this to get iron source. In fact, Macron is building an iron mine. We probably want to wait till they build this before we conquer them, so we can get iron right off the bat, which would be really nice. We should win against Sind here pretty easily. I don't think we're gonna have any trouble. Just good.
You can't do it until the landing.
Just irregulars versus irregulars, and my irregulars are kind of better, so direct. I think I have some land infantry too. That's nice.
Let's see.
First time conversations very early on, there was a guy in chat that just kept arguing that Japan is way underpowered and weak, and actually made start Japan run in response. Yeah.
Transported them
Japan is not underpowered at all. Japan is extremely powerful. Also, yeah, we easily won that. Good. The port is really important. I don't know if he has any... He doesn't seem to have any bureaucracy, but he has ports. Thank goodness he's got the ports up. So, we got that going at least. Now we can get a lot more going here.
The problem is
In the past, the strat would have been to build one naval base and then invade Alaska to get recognition, but we're probably not going to do that anymore because I think the AI is a little better about not letting you just do that. Although I am curious to test it. I do kind of want to see if we can get away with that, but it's okay. We're probably not going to test it too hard.
what the hell? Why do you have 64 conscripts?
I guess we can at least go for agrarianism. We probably should at least go for that, so we have to get to romanticism to do that. We probably should at least do that. Let's do it. Because we don't want to be stuck here.
With starting size of Army Navy. Yeah, the Navy used to be bigger. We need 20
Yeah,
stack.
there's Sind.
We need 20 stack.
Portugal is damaging relations. Okay, bro.
I didn't play with
Obviously, we're probably going to just set up road maintenance plus violence suppression. And maybe even emergency relief. Let's try to keep these people from getting too radical. We don't want them to get too crazy here.
Maybe that's our problem. Or like not
CK3 to me, this might be that bias on my part because I'm a CK3 shill, obviously. CK3 to me is a bit more approachable in general. When it comes to like getting into it if you haven't played in a long time, it feels a bit more approachable because the same systems are basically all there. There's just some additional mechanics added in. But that's, I can definitely recognize that I'm a little biased in that. Let's incorporate this. There's tons of infrastructure here, by the way, which is great. We can set up like a lot of stuff over here. In fact, we might even want to... Yeah, this is not too bad of a modifier. We might even want to like not build too much more over here because we're kind of already running out of infrastructure. Let's maybe cancel these. Cancel building these. And then let's maybe focus on building in Sind, actually. Let's do... What do we want to make? Let's actually go with sulfur. Or what do we need for paper? I think we do want paper, but it costs wood. Wood is our construction material. So maybe instead we go with livestock ranches, so we can perhaps get the price of grain up. Again. In fact, let's build a ton of livestock ranches. Really get that going. A lot. There you go. It's nice. We got clothing coming up here in Pashtunistan, which is good. Let's definitely get that on dye workshops. Clothes are just valuable. So the nice thing about clothes is they're just high price. They will help our standard of living, but still
use this army to land, maybe.
That's the most. I mean, it's also good because it employs people too and generates taxes, but it's nice just to get the standard of living going.
Yeah, 3 more.
This game is running quite slowly. I will say, I think that the assertion that the game runs slower is true. This is like this game is crawling right now, my dude.
Yeah, I mean,
Crawling.
600, 800. I mean, they're gonna get to recruit back up, but we'll have a fresh stack. So merge armies better. Menu is so much better now. Yeah. Did they fix the construction bug? They did. Construction bug appears to be fixed.
That's true, Faradeep. That's true.
Do they want anything from us? They can't enforce the reparations, so we actually have plenty of time. They're never gonna land us, so we actually have unlimited time.
Do you want to try memeing and going after Alaska, or unless they change it so that now to get recognition, do you still have to occupy any piece of the country? Do you have to go to the capital now? In which case, like, holy shit, we're not getting recognition anytime soon.
I'm gonna cancel the barracks and free stat. I'm gonna do that.
Actually, gonna set up an agriculture bonus down here.
This is how we win.
Let's get resource up here in this place. Because I think we have a lot of... Yeah, we have quite a few logging camps here. How much we would bring in 21 tools. I think we can import 21 tools, right? We should be able to
One
import
respects
that
the
much.
Spanish Inquisition. All right, so maybe
Never
it's
mind. That is
21
not happening. Never mind.
Because
Never mind.
they've been turned through a little bit, and because they're in default, maybe we can get in now on them. Which would be fantastic.
I think softwood's more important here.
I guess we'll kind of. I mean, we're about to see how this battle goes.
I mean, so far I feel pretty safe. Looks like we're getting along well with the British, so we shouldn't have any problems with them coming after us. This is a nice change to the UI.
It seems like, is the game really not faster? We've got swap.
Game feels slower for me. Well, the game feels slower. Definitely will say that.
Someone said the game was slower, which was an immediate cause for concern.
What do you mean someone, Joe? That was me. I just said it, bro.
Does it feel like the game's going?
Yeah. So the way that it used to work back in the day was EIC would commonly not get helped by Britain, and with your starting army as a Sikh Empire, you actually could take on the EIC like pound for pound. You could take them on because you could get the military bonus from your IG, so you could get you could get this patriotic fervor.
The game is slower.
You had line infantry, and you had cannons, so you could actually invade EIC and take Delhi plus this and reparations. The reparations were very important because the reparations let you keep your economy afloat because of your massive army, while you've worked on getting Afghanistan, stuff like this, and while you worked on getting Sindh. What you would do is you attack Sindh, EIC joins, you add war goals to EIC, and once you have Sindh, you get one naval base, and then you go into Alaska to get recognition. The AI didn't really do anything to stop you back then, so you could just you could literally just go into Alaska and then get recognition. And from there, I mean, you had recognition, you have a shit ton of accepted pops, you have iron in Delhi, you have paper as well, which is really nice, and you could pretty much just live off of these states. And the way that what you would do then is you would attack the princely states in order to isolate EIC from Britain, because the EIC would obviously protect their puppets, but Britain wouldn't really care to protect the puppet of their puppet. And then you would use that power, that you would build up your power enough to try and get the transfer subject from Britain over EIC before they could make them the Raj. Because the Raj is a puppet, and that means that all these princely states end up being under Britain directly, so suddenly you're fucked. But if you could get EIC as your puppet, then you could form India. And then when you form India, you're good to go. You have a massive country with every pop accepted and stuff. India has a ridiculous number of accepted pops. It's kind of crazy. I don't really know why you accept Pashtuns as a India. This might be my misunderstanding of Indian culture. I don't believe Indians consider Afghans to be Indian. I think that Pashtuns are seen as Afghani, but whatever. Besides that, I think all of these make sense. Yeah, the rest of these all make sense, but Pashtun doesn't really fit in the Indian accepted cultures, if you ask me. But whatever. Apparently now you can form Pakistan, which is interesting. That's a pretty good form. Because then with Pashtun, the reason why this matters so much is because the Central Asian heritage means on cultural exclusion, you get acceptance to a bunch of people over here. Yeah, I'm willing to accept though that Tamils, who a lot of South Indians experience discrimination, but they're not I mean, maybe in today's more nationalistic Hindi government of India, they're discriminated more. But I would probably say that they're part of India's cultural heritage, you could say. Whereas I wouldn't consider Pashtuns part of India in that sense. Afghanistan would be part of the Sikh Empire's reason for that. Yeah, but I wouldn't have called them an integrated culture of the Sikh Empire. I would have called them more a subjugated, people or whatever. But it's fine. It's fine. Is this going to be saved to the channel? Yeah, this stream's going to be, all the streams are saved to the channel. You just have to go to the live section, and then you can check the old stream VODs. It is paid tribute, exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean about how I wouldn't really call them I will say I get the idea that probably doesn't really matter that much, being really picky about this stuff, being really picky about these cultures. It's fine. So could I join the customs union? I can. So we could just become part of British Custom Union, which is probably like just a good idea for now. I think we're gonna do this. Let's just get in the customs union immediately.
Right, so I guess we get in there. Now,
Cool. So now we are
they get
gonna
space
suddenly have
for
like a
those
lot of
bamboo.
access to good stuff.
Is this how
Which is
they
great.
fixed the Shadow Realm bug? So they were just here 2 seconds ago, but then they teleport back to Iberia. And that's
So now that we have British protection more or less, we can probably, yeah, Ottoman Empire is dying to Russia or something. We can probably just like focus on getting control of like Afghanistan and stuff. So what we can probably do, we can kind of make our own little empire underneath the British, and we can hopefully not get too, we can hopefully not get too dependent on Britain's economy. Is this double stream? No, I'm just memeing and I'm just watching Generalist while I'm playing Vic 3. So I have him over my face, although I need to hide my eyes a little better. I'm showing off a little too much. I'm sorry, chat. Didn't mean to. I'm just kind of like chilling here with Generalist, my boy.
Hopefully they can hold until we can.
He's doing his own stream, and I'm just watching it for memes.
22 stack.
Because I think it's funny.
Let's say 20 weeks. The hell. Oh no,
Okay.
they are. Oh no, wait, they're not banished to the Shadow Realm. They have to actually finish this.
What interests can I get? I can get 2 declared interests. I mean, you might as well. Yeah, I didn't want to stop watching. I was watching Generalist stream, and I was like, bro, I want to keep watching this, but I got a stream, so just like let me just do that. What's favorite nation to play? Probably the Sikh Empire. It's a meme, but Sikh Empire is like, you know, a lot of fun to play. They're so, they have so much possibility, but they're weak at the beginning, so you got to work for it. It's fun.
For North Peru, and then you liberate the South Peru and Iquicha. South Peru and Iquicha merge with North Peru, and so you get this massive North Peru, which you can annex immediately because it's a puppet instead of like a different subject type. So
upgrade all our units.
Bolivia, it's gonna be
because we can do line infantry now across the board. It's good. In theory, we could actually assemble a navy and just go down here to get gold.
And then on top of all that, I think it's less infamy, and they also in the latest patch did nerf.
Like, it's not a bad idea,
I
actually.
don't think you could do the Bolivia trick anymore. Anyways. And so the combination of all that is why?
Get like 10,
My bad. My
5. We're gonna need shipyards, but Britain should be able to provide the ships, so we should be good. I don't think we're gonna have any shortages. Since we're in the British market, we should be fine.
You feel like the updates don't justify the development time? It's definitely a smaller update.
Greece, Persia, and Texas. I've never played as Texas. I wonder if that would be fun to play. I have played as Persia. They're a solid option. They're lots of fun. Greece, I haven't... Well, actually, I have played as Greece, but that was just for memes. I just formed Byzantines, and then... There was a strat you could do back in the day where, if you played as Greece, you could... But when you could... Well, back when you could puppet major powers, if you played as Greece, you could actually become a great power by just spamming out, like, 100 barracks in both your states. Because you have 2 states that have enough population to possibly support, like, you know... Because you do have this state, you have West Aegean Islands, but there's not enough people here to support 100 barracks. You could do 100 barracks in both states, and then with that, you could actually reach great power status, and then you could puppet the Ottoman Empire when they hit major power, because they tend to go towards major power. You could actually puppet them, and then you could form Byzantine Empire like from this tiny little piece of Greece, and it was hilarious. That was a strat from back in the day, but that's a dead strat now. It doesn't work.
Low key, this is not it.
Yeah, everyone, all the Byzantibu is going for Greece. Makes sense. I think we are gonna go for. We're gonna literally do like a, you know, we're gonna go and invade South Africa as Sikh Empire, which was my strat that I did for my slow strat. When the game first came out, obviously the strat was to fight Sind, get the EIC to join, take Delhi, take Punjab, take the reparations. But now it's like, you know, go to here. Tall fascist Greece based Byzantine Empire revived. Also, is this the Brothers' War? We got fighting for German hegemony. Yeah, they are. Rome is going to conquer Moravia. It's funny, I tend to see Austria beating Prussia these days. Well, not these days, but back in the day. I've seen Austria destroying Prussia, like, most of the time, and it looks like they're worried. I don't know why Prussia tends to lose so much. I guess because, like, even though they have higher quality, just the massive number of battalions that Austria has just win. Fair enough.
Like, specifically if you're blasting speed 5. Ooh, maybe we get in? Yeah. Do these guys just need to think? Nope, we have a Shadow Realms Navy. That's certainly not ideal. Let's see what the people.
How's Generalist doing? Let's expand the stream a little bit. How's he doing?
You guys say the game is slower. I guess we should have had.
He's doing alright. It looks like he's doing alright. He's playing as Spain.
We should have had more options than that, right? So that's my mistake.
Just want to check in on him.
Should have had the game's the same speed, the game's slower, the game's faster. But I guess if like, yeah, I mean, it could just be slower at the start though.
He's coping, bro. He's coping. It could just be slower at the start. Ain't no way, bro, is coping this hard.
Is it harder because they made the generals defend more? This might be it. Maybe they have a generals on defense. This would.
Trying to side with Austria. Oh, that would be why they're worried. Yeah, they're gonna lose almost certainly then. There's no way Prussia can beat France and Austria in a same war.
Yeah, so then you.
Yeah, they're fucked.
It's not that you think it's fast.
Although, I mean, well, okay, no, Austria's occupying Bavaria, and they're probably gonna beat Hanover. They'll just rush through that, but they're not. If they can push to Vienna before France can overrun them in the west, they have a chance. But I don't think that's gonna happen. The AI is not that based.
Nobody's saying the game's faster, trust me. Well, nobody's reached late game, right? The question isn't, or well, I think that's like.
I'm mentioning for fourth for Ethiopia. Okay, playing as like Shua or something, because you get this cool guy, right? I get Selassie, Solomon.
I think the dev team looked at all your
It'd be cool.
Say it made cheese gaming harder.
Only problem is no coal, Sag. I mean, is there coal nearby? We can.
They,
if there's nearby coal, it's fine.
This feels so much harder though. Like this is 100% not how the difficulty level.
I want to check like. Oh my god! I want to just. I want to check for coal presence.
Off of this landing with these guys, and instead land with.
Am I just blind? I can't see coal in the British. There must be coal in the British market, right? There it is. Okay, there it is.
We definitely want someone on advanced front.
Okay, so you've got coal down here, so that's pretty easy to get to, right? You can just work down here. You got coal in Madagascar. You've also got coal down here. Want the Transvaal for coal? Yeah, everyone goes to Transvaal for everything. The Boers they got everything, bro. They got it all. You could even go to Afghanistan for coal, in theory, if you got a little bit of a navy. You could just go up to Afghanistan. Some coal here. Yeah, there's also coal in Kashmir, but that's for us. I'm thinking of for Ethiopia. Just go down here, I guess. Go to the Great Lakes or go to Transvaal.
Also, oh, you know what? I think it's letting them station.
Taking Madagascar. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
Oh, they're so screwed now off of this.
We probably can't get corn laws now, but that's okay.
Return Antofagasta, but that's what we want. But yeah, the fact that they're gonna get wrecked now.
Can I get rid of it? Okay, I want to just keep exiling the landowners and hope to get a guy that wants interventionism. If we can get interventionism, we can start really accelerating our growth here.
I think we just disband it, right?
We can at least try to get to agrarianism. That'd at least be a little better. Also, wait, we should have tools now because we're with Britain. Hold on, wait a minute. We should have access to tools, right? So let's get everything going here. Yeah. Do everything. Put all the best stuff. Yeah, give me this. Because now we have access to all the British stuff.
Because look, is this the UI that is merged in the UI but not in like actuality? UK wants to take on our debt. Well, worst case scenario.
We do be needing railways.
So this seems fine to us.
You have lead or sulfur in most of Africa? I think there's sulfur around.
Now this one will land Antofagasta because we do want to secure our interest there.
You got sulfur around here. Okay, it's nothing really in East Africa though. You have Hejaz and you also have Persia. One thing to keep in mind, and also Sind. Sind is a good source of sulfur because if you're playing in Ethiopia, you probably can invade Sind. Hopefully before the British get it, but if not, you can invade Persia. Or if the Ottomans are particularly weak, you can go for them. But or even Brunei is a classic source of sulfur. The problem is all the radicalism, so it's tough to actually like end up getting a good source that you can mine without all the problems that comes with that. For lead, though, where would be a good place for lead? I know there's lead in Baluchistan, but
do we want to incorporate this? Probably not.
Where would be a good place to get lead? I guess yeah, not much in Africa, but you can go to Yemen. So these are pretty good sources here.
Look at our trade routes.
Let's see Paul Allen's trade routes.
Let's be calling in your obligation.
That's in here.
But we're kind of cool with that.
Import salt for the entire game. Ooh, I don't like to rely on imports though, because you can't. It's hard to make like huge trade routes that can actually support your country.
Maybe they adjust some of these values as well.
Also, we're actually the prices are getting a little bit low here.
What GPU do we have? Oh, it's just like some 2 GB forever ago thing. The game's more CPU intensive though. Yeah, someone's saying CPU. Are you taking Peru for RP or resources pops? Resources pops.
Oh my god, Prussia. You good, little bro? Prussia is getting destroyed, just like every game, Sag. They're gonna lose, they're just not gonna lose anything, they're just gonna get humiliated and lose leadership, but they're not gonna lose any land. What's their did they get a lot of infamy from those conquests? Yeah, that's what happened. Got a lot of infamy. Interesting that they're actually keeping France back, though. They're just losing to Austria. Can I, exile this guy? 14 months, okay.
Right, because...
The better timeline for sure. Damn. Paste.
I really wish they put more army into Chile, but...
Probably don't need this much.
Start pushing.
Let's just do, like, another 4 plantations. We probably don't need this much. A little bit extreme. We should probably do iron construction as well, if we can. No, we don't have it unlocked, never mind. Because now that we're in the British market, we get access to a lot of stuff. Once we do those, we're gonna work on the naval bases. With the naval bases, we should probably get some education here and send. With naval bases, we can go and, you know, imperialize a little bit. We're almost incorporated. That's nice.
As quickly as possible. Oh my god, no! Don't assign from the front. Please.
Our boy Ranjit Singh's doing all right. He's got his defensive strategist.
No. Chile,
A traditionalist kind of sucks. I wish I could like get rid of the monarchy. I mean, we could go to, well, theocracy is basically just monarchy with extra steps, but it'd be nice to be a republic so we can get we can choose our head of government. Well, a Sindhi secession? Are you kidding me, dude? Really? Really? Damn, unlucky. Unlucky, dude.
Stop playing on a potato PC. I mean,
very unlucky.
The graphics card's not the problem. We're also not running the game on max graphics.
You call it Prussian muck? Damn, that's some deeply ingrained trauma. Well, I guess we're gonna have to crush the Sindhi secession. Yeah, okay.
Do this a little bit better.
I mean, we'll get rid of some radicals, I guess, but. We also need to build things now. I guess we can do some. I mean, what would even be profitable?
We just try and push, and the fronts don't like.
Probably a lot of demand for silk, isn't there?
Weird and bad.
See, what's the demand for silk like? Not bad. We can just build more silk. Down for that. I would like some tools. Let's get some local tools going.
Please let us occupy before Peru.
Is Britain gonna help us, by the way, or are we just
90%.
like?
But the thing is what it does is if the AI
For state?
any of it,
They want me to give them a state? No, fuck that. Oh, EIC. They want Kashmir. Yeah, no, obviously not. We're obviously not doing that since we can easily win this alone, but still.
Peru means Turkey. The burden Brazilian Portuguese. Isn't that weird? That is a little interesting. You couldn't get a front against Transvaal due to split state, but upon reload, it's totally fine. Yeah. Because you get annexed Peru after right after taking the war. Yeah. Get Chile, basically. Safe scumming indeed.
Yeah, that should be easy. Not worried about this.
Unfortunate
Unfortunate though. That's very unlucky that we got a rebellion like that.
If it gets occupied.
Yeah. So what I'll say quickly, since like we've more or less actually experienced the new update now, it's just a UI update, chat. It's just a UI update. Okay, I'm showing my eyes so you can know that I'm here. It's just a UI update. It's really not a big deal. Okay. The migration is different, and I'm sure that'll matter, but not so much to make the game like super much better. I think if you're gonna think about like is this game good or not anymore, You're probably gonna want to wait for Sphere of Influence, which actually looks pretty interesting. Sphere of Influence actually looks pretty cool.
Cares, but they're the only one who really
And so that's right. I am staring into your soul.
and then the prediction is still not
That's right.
Imperio.
You're probably gonna want to wait for Sphere of Influence before you
Just back
make any
down.
judgments. I would say.
But having Antofagasta is like good for a couple reasons.
Actually, a pretty good defense stat, but don't think it'll matter. Does he get British market, by the way? Does Sind get British market? No, they don't. So they're not going to get access to like any of the firearms the British have. So
it's
we're good.
Much faster access to the gold mines, which is really nice.
Annex retreat,
and
get
also,
wrecked.
It's incredibly infamy efficient to be taking it like that. Wait, you walked away
Yeah,
for a
they're
second?
done.
How do you end up landing? Chile.
I've never had bison, and yeah, turkey I haven't really eaten much either. Here in Canada we eat similarly to Americans, but I just haven't happened to have had those foods.
But then when we reloaded, we were able to occupy the
So it was dropped May 6th, so in exactly 2 months, literally like exactly 2 months it drops. I'm excited. It has some promise from what they've been describing is in it.
Yeah.
Again though, I refuse to get my hopes up until there's like, you know, some evidence that it'll be good, because Victory is easy to get burned on Victory, you know.
What do we need? Armed forces?
Let's go to our development actually. Let's get these going with paper mills.
Do some of this.
Paper, because it'll be really useful.
And let's do secret. Oh, what do we need?
Give us more tax.
As you can see, we're
tax
really
efficiency.
not used to forcing that. I guess we'll do central archives in a little bit.
This game still suffers, in my opinion, from like my chief complaints
Probably need to reach
of just being like, I don't know, of just being very slow and boring. Like I'm basically just sitting here building buildings. It feels like there still isn't really like a really strong sense of gameplay going on here, which is unfortunate.
Utilizing like defense when protecting against a landing. So that could be why it
Okay, let's go back to making...
And I
Okay, now there's no radicals here, so that's nice. We need to restart our incorporation, sadly, which is fortunate. Let's go back. Let's go build our naval bases again. So let's make our navy. Create a fleet.
Push the other.
Give me 10 and 5. Cool. Okay.
Like, overall, I think that this like
Let the silk finish, I guess.
Open, I think like full stop is this transfer business, but you have to be relatively large to do it, and apparently it's a lot harder. It's always been kind of a little bit hard. Ooh.
Atmospheric engine will help us with our mines. We don't really have many, but we have some, I think, right? Do we have any mines? We're getting one. Yeah, we don't actually have any mines. Never mind, so it won't really matter much. Still. Is Afghanistan building up their mines? No. I think it was, yeah, it looks like these guys did. So let's conquer these dudes. Let's conquer these little dudes. Should be an easy enough war.
I mean, I guess we'll import it to not suffer. We have a trade agreement with Prussia.
Yeah, I imagine bison is quite the expensive meat. 13 days. Okay, we can almost try for another interest group guy. Oh, the EIC is belligerent. Well, if they attack me, they're gonna have to... I mean, how will Britain feel if they attack me, though? I wonder if that's gonna work. Let's try to exile our landowner in the hopes of getting someone with a better interest group. What do we get? Traditionalist, fuck me. So bad.
Hyper painful. We will have some more interests. Alright, we already have a native one up here. Let's go
so the EIC wants to get tricky with it. But I don't know. Like, are they even able to fight me while I'm a subject of Britain? How is this even gonna work?
How would you feel if
I don't know.
Chile safes come on you now? I would be annoyed, but also I think if the game were functioning, we occupied more of La Paz, but the way it works is if you and an AI occupy it, it always gives it to the AI. But yeah.
Daniel talking about all these wild meats in chat. I think the most exotic meat I've had is pretty much just like I had venison when I was in Alberta, and that's, you know, venison was cool. It was tasty. This is Zoomer broadcast now, screen within the screen. I just wanted to keep watching Generalist because I like his stream, but I wanted to also stream, so I got the best of both worlds. ADHD moment, true.
I think Spain is about as small as.
If I get really bored of Vic 3 right now, by the way, we're gonna keep the stream going. I'm just gonna swap over to doing CK3 modding while watching Generalist stream.
Like on the latest.
Subway surfers in the top right,
you could do it with
please.
people's
Hold on, yeah, we can do that.
But it might be the case now.
We can do that. Get that going.
Yeah.
Give me some
Which I
YouTube.
think is fantastic.
There we go, cool. Some Subway
I think it'd be
surfers.
hard to do what we just did.
Can I, hold on, if I... Oh god, it's so loud. Please stop. Please stop. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Alright,
Can I get
so obligations-
two? Okay, I can't get both to pop out at the same time, so... we're just gonna have to suffer with it like this, I guess. That's unfortunate. I can't get, like, double pop out, but
Yes,
it is what it
we
is.
kind of weren't very heads up about this. Wow, we can rival so many people.
Put that there.
rival
I put that over my
people
face, actually.
Or that are just never gonna side and plays against us, basically.
Okay. And we got generalists in the audio background, so...
And then we're gonna
Works.
try and improve relations with some boys.
CK3 modder now? I mean, I want to be a CK3 modder. That'd be sick.
That are not
Then I
gonna
could, like, actually implement some of the changes that I want to see in the DLCs, right?
The amount of rivalries we could make is also seems a bit strange.
That's really
With
fucked
more
up.
options than we
Yeah.
normally would.
I wonder, hold on, maybe there is a way. Hold on, there might be a way that I can do this. If I go like this. No, I can't. I really wish I could do two, like, pop out screens.
Sweden's not gonna have a lot of diplo interest.
That's sad.
Probably not
I
gonna
can only do one pop out screen, chat.
deal with it very
I
often.
can't have Subway Surfers. I mean, I guess I could just, like, really, like, weird, but I could, where's my mouse go? There it is. I could just, like, just watch Subway Surfers.
So this is gonna be nice here.
Nah, it doesn't really matter. It's fine. Like, we could just put Subway Surfers on, like, without it being a pop-out screen. Like, if I did it like this.
Same, you choose Spain rather than Portugal. I did it based on the votes.
The problem is that it's going to look like that, right? So this is the problem. But if I just watch it, then we could just do it like this. Like, I can't play the game like this. But I, you know.
Right, so we want to see if you want to go.
Do I either play all the Subway Surfer footage or is the AI playing it? I don't know. Probably just you record like a couple hours of yourself playing it and then just use it over and over again. But yeah, I can't play the game like this though because I'm like I only have one remember this chat. I only have one monitor, so I have to be watching Subway Surfers for it to appear. Do you need to play the game at this point? I mean, honestly, GigaChad as fuck. But I mean, the viewership did go up when I put Subway Surfers on, so clearly it's working. But I do kind of want to actually play the game a little bit more before I give up on it. So we're gonna not watch Subway Surfers. We're just gonna keep Generalist on the screen. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep it going, chat.
And we can go after Brunei. There's a chance they back down here. Now we can take a look, and it looks like Bhutan really hates everyone. That's
What did you say? Couldn't follow? True. I need to
But we don't see any sort of plus values.
I need to
here.
be less distracting. No, I said that
We're not expecting
I think most people probably just record a couple hours of Subway Surfers footage and just use it forever.
I guess the one we really have
And that's all it
on
is.
Great Britain. Looks like Great Britain.
Damn, bro, insulting this guy's insulting my guy's gametes, bro. You hate to see it.
Portugal, Sweden, Belgium are going to be kind of hard now. Mid-sized powers. Are you excited about Spheres of Influence? Super excited. What major changes are you expecting in it? I'm expecting the Octopus RP. Saying that Spain is better than Portugal in any way is a crime punishable by death. Putin came here.
4 online poker tables at once? Nah. Only if it was Balatro. If it was like not real gambling. I wouldn't want to do like any actual gambling on stream because I'm pretty anti-gambling, like you know, as a principle.
South American Army. We're going to be operating in the region a lot. We're just going to complete the full meta.
More capitalists,
full meta
please.
thing. Going for the last meta thing that we have left to do is go for Brunei.
Think they record their own Subway Surfer footage? Maybe. It's possible, but also I would believe it if they said they didn't. Like, I'd believe that.
Ooh, wait.
There's shortages of in the British market. What could there possibly be a shortage of in this
thanks
market?
for subject. Yeah, no thanks. They
Oh
are
no,
protected
can't tell.
towards us. But they want... What subject do you even want here? Oh, Philippines or Cuba. Makes sense. Can we ask to join the customs union?
Always violently suppressed, chat.
Spain is not part of a customs union. Dagnabbit. We can't ask to join customs unions. Bro, my kingdom to be able to join a customs union like that.
Yeah, poker, I mean, to some extent is skill-based, and so is like blackjack and stuff too, right? But they're still fundamentally like luck-based games. You can be like a literal poker master and still lose. So that's the problem for me.
Like the game's going slower. Is that a mod that adds infamy to the top part? No, that's in vanilla now. Are 1.5 saves compatible with 1.6? Almost certainly not, but I haven't checked.
How's America doing? Are they fighting Mexico? Yes, they are. Well, they're taking it all.
Not something I have checked.
Yeah, dang it. Big war. I assume they're going to win, but they only have this little front here in Colorado.
3 hours now.
Ottomans going crazy. What are they? Oh, they are. Look at them. Well, actually, they're going pretty crazy. Actually, what are they taking? Probably. Oh, they're actually taking a pretty large number of states. Okay. You tend to see the Ottomans be like, I will take just Lebanon in this war, but they actually took a pretty serious chunk of Egypt there.
At 12:30.
That's cool.
Keep playing.
Phil Hellmuth won 17 WSOP bracelets. Bro, but Phil Hellmuth is a crybaby though, so like he just gets mad at every hand. You know why he wins? Is because he just gets angry, and then the other players don't want him to get more angry, so then they stop trying to play. They let him win. That's all it is. Maybe that's skill though. You know, to be fair, maybe that's a kind of skill. Watching Generalist, I always watch Generalist. He's like the only Paradox YouTuber I actually watch. Like there's other Paradox YouTubers who I scout out, but then the only Paradox YouTuber who I actually like sit down and enjoy watching while I do other things is like Generalist.
Looks like they backed down, right? Yeah. And we need to do a play that's going to cost us a decent chunk of infamy. Ecuador is going to be... Well, actually, I kind of like going for New Granada. We don't have a diplo interest in the region.
Luck-based in the moment, but skill-based over time. I can accept that, yeah.
Let's see here.
Are we wearing British uniforms? We're in the British market.
Looks like no one's intending to deal.
We do be in the British market. Although we actually have our own uniform right now.
Bolivia might. Argentina might. Chile might. Just because they want us to stop doing this. And maybe Austria might. I guess we'll take a save and see how this shakes out. Looking to restore the Spanish Empire. If you speak Spanish, you're coming with us. They increased immigration rating, or they changed the same? They changed the way it works, and so I'm not sure exactly how it's going to shake out. But they made the ooh, we can pass a lot. They made one thing a lot stronger, which is
We're like Pakistan now, kind of. We're actually more or less in the shape of Pakistan. We just gotta get this little port here, and we gotta... I mean, you know, it depends on... I guess this part would be disputed, but we're more or less the size of Pakistan. Although I think this section is in India today, so we wouldn't have this. This is like... I believe this, like, river right here, and then kind of crossing down into here, maybe, is like where modern-day, like, Indian Punjab is. It's like right here, more or less. But, yeah, then Lahore and all that is in Pakistan. So we could take the treaty port off Oman. I don't see why not. He just gave it. Okay, that's cool. That's... I don't know what the chance was. I didn't even check, but he just gave it. That's pretty sick.
My game for 1.5 seems to work. Interesting. You set your guys to defense. Your allies take my battalion.
So now we could form Pakistan, but we need to get nationalism, I assume. Oh, we have to also be Muslim. Oh, okay. So I find it funny they even have this requirement. You can never change religions in this game, by the way. So I don't understand why they even have the requirement. It is not actually possible, unless they've changed in the most recent patch. It's not actually possible to ever change your state religion, except to go to atheism. You can go to atheism, but that's all you can do. Go from atheism. Also, you have to get pan-nationalism for it, really. But yeah, we can never become Pakistan, so that's sad.
Let's do this.
Can Sindh form Pakistan? Yeah, I guess so, because Sindh would be Muslim, right? But, I mean, like, as the Sikh Empire, you can't. You have to do it as one of the Baluchi countries, or as Sindh, and then you could form Pakistan. Or maybe the Afghans can do it, too. Maybe they can, but you can't do it as If form a new nation, you can, as far as I know. Really, is that true? Can you actually change faiths in any way? I didn't know. Oh, and there's the okay. Well, there's the East India play. Can we get the British to help? What do you want? You can just give them Baluchistan, and in return, we could try to snag Delhi. So you know what? Here, take Baluchistan to join my side. Okay. And then I'm gonna add some war goals. Okay, I want Delhi first of all, and I want the rest of Punjab.
I have all the goodies at least.
This might be super based. And then I'm gonna be like really aggressive. Let's get Awad as well.
Yeah, so
I'm a pariah, bro. If this works, that'd be crazy. Because I'm pretty sure we can defeat. The EIC with the help of Britain.
Zanzibar breaks free automatically. This is like a scripted event, and so borrowing an offense.
They can't leave, I think, because they're my overlord. By the way, I'm pretty sure they can't leave. They're just kind of stuck with me.
But, once this guy dies, Zanzibar automatically.
Wait, do they? Oh, they know they can leave. No, they. Oh, no, never mind. When the EIC gets independent, no, I don't think so. But they were just like, no, we're switching sides.
We've stopped going for Oman as much.
Yeah. Never mind. That didn't work out.
Looks like you guys.
Let's win anyway. You guys, let's get the W anyway, chat.
Okay, so we're gonna at 12:30. We're going to 12:30 PST. We are gonna take another look at the spheres changes. But
I hate this. This is still a problem, and I hate it. Why is this still in the game? That we have like 3 fronts. I hate it. I hate it so much.
So yeah, we're gonna do slow down because we're still in introduction phase. But
I mean, they don't actually wait. Okay, hold on. Is this super base, chat? Get ready for this. There are no primary war goals. I don't know if anyone sees this. Okay, I don't know if y'all can see this. There's not a single primary war goal here. If I give in, do we not just walk away without any problems? It just works. It just works, chat. There were no primary war goals, so nothing happened. Alright, am I still in the customs union? I'm not. I left the customs union. Okay, got it. Okay, bro. Alright, that's what we call a schizo-diplomatic play. Outplayed Britain and EIC. Can I get back in the customs union? Probably not. Yeah, I think so. It was a for fun war. So it made us leave the customs union, which does suck. We wanted to be in that customs union. And also now the British and the EIC are very not okay with me. But, you know, it is what it is. That's really funny. I just want to say that's really funny.
But overall, I think that... So, like, Prussia, if you're going for like a world conquest.
Okay, we suddenly have like no anything. Also, I think my UI is broken. I remember this bug. So this bug happens like this bug used to happen even in other patches. We don't get alerts anymore. We just have this one broken alert, and that's all we get. I will demonstrate what I mean by exiting to the game and then showing you what it should look like. I hate when that happens.
Prussia or France is going to be best for a lot of different reasons. We can pull this.
I'm pretty sure this will fix it by just quitting out and going back in. But yeah, we're supposed to have like notifications at the top that we just aren't getting because that bug has been around forever.
Strongest country.
Yeah, see there it is. There it is. So yeah, we're having obviously a bunch of shortages now because we're not in the British market, which is unfortunate. But that was really funny that we got away with that for nothing by just adding some war goals and then Britain joining against us.
Prussia is in particular good because you can force the unification. And you get really big.
I don't know if I really want to play anymore. I'm sorry. I know I keep on baiting with like, yo, we're gonna play Vic 3, but I'm sorry. I just.
They don't have the navy.
Let me actually turn off general stream. Let's talk for a second, okay? Before we, let's unmeme a little bit, right? Let's unmeme it a little bit. I just can't get back into Vic 3, man. I'm trying. I really am trying. Like, I enjoy watching Generalist because that way he can cut up the content and I don't have to sit here for like 8 hours developing an economy. And I can just watch him do cool stuff in his game. But, like, I cannot get myself to be able to play Victoria 3 and have fun with it. Not anymore. Yeah, like, it's only been 11 years and it's been, like, so long and the game is so slow, and it's like I feel like I don't do anything, and it doesn't make any sense. And I will say this, this is good. This is nice to have, but like, this doesn't fix a lot of the fundamental issues, right? The problem is there's a lot of fundamental problems with the game, and this doesn't fix it. So yeah, it's I came back in for a second, but I don't really want to. I don't really want to go back in. How in depth can Victoria 3 RPG wise custom empires? There's not really any depth with like in terms of like creativity. Like there's a couple of nations you can sort of like form, and that's all they do is give you new accepted cultures. That's the whole point of them. But um, like I don't know. There's just not a lot going on. It feels like with Vic 3 that is like fun to do. Like it's fun to experience the um it's fun to experience the long term of like eventually seeing your realm get built up over time, because if you get invested in your country, right, and you get invested in your economy and stuff, but like the period of the investment is the problem. Like I love Endgame. Like when I get to 1900, like I'll show you. Here I'll show you. Actually, I'm gonna load a game that probably isn't compatible in this patch, but we're not. It's whatever. We're just gonna load it because I don't need it to function. I just need it to appear on the screen. I played Mexico to 1914. Okay, I did a whole ass campaign. All right, because I was thinking of doing a part 2 to the Mexico video that I did on YouTube. We did a whole ass. I did a whole ass campaign to 1914. Right. Here's what we got. Okay, Mexican Empire. And this is like this is cool, I enjoyed this because I got to look upon this nation that I created and obviously this nation that I destroyed, and that's really enjoyable. Like to see the end goal. See, I even had some fun where I brought in this Italian guy as an agitator and then turned him into the king. So we have like ethno state Mexico, ruled by an Italian dude, which I thought was hilarious, right? And that was like fun. I thought that was really really fun to role play as, right? But the problem was that the process of getting here was so boring. It was so boring. I can't even it was so horrifically boring. And I got Brazil. The last thing I did was I got Brazil as a protectorate. I went and invaded Brazil and got them as a protectorate, and that was like the last thing that I did or whatever. How was the late game run? This playthrough from last patch, and it ran pretty badly. Took like 9 hours to get through, like 30 years or so. But yeah, it is what it is, right? I mean, I had fun, but I had fun looking upon the end. In fact, actually, can I look at the census data and just see this would be really cool to look at. Like I'd love to sit here and just browse my census data now that I have this full campaign. This is actually enjoyable. It's like, oh, let me take a look at like my highest GDP states and highest population states. And let me look at like my religions, right? Like we're pretty Catholic, it's pretty cool. Look at like our political strength pops. Obviously, capitalists are in the top there because I believe I'm still laissez-faire, free trade. Yeah, that's fun. Um, that's really enjoyable. But getting here was awful. I hated like getting here. It was just so boring. Like all I did was if you saw the YouTube video, then you know what kind of happened with America, where I lost a couple wars, and lost a bunch of my land. And then I just like built up my army, and then I think I got France to help me. I think it was France that carried me. Yeah, it must have been France that carried me. And they like fought the Americans, and I naval invaded DC and stuff like that, and I released the Confederates, and that was funny. I'm planning to make the Confederates my friend. I want to get them in my customs union, but they're like permanently cautious with me, which is really annoying. So yeah, but this to me is the fun. Is like when you get to this part, when you get to like this is a good addition, because this to me is the fun part. Is like, oh, I want to look at all my stuff. Check out these like super rich capitalists we have, right? This apparently the richest pop in my entire country is an opulent Dixie capitalist who is discriminated. In fact, the richest pops are discriminated, which is really funny. Although there's some very rich Mexican gold miners, but yeah, this is fun. But like actually getting here sucked ass. Also, yeah, I got Punjab and stuff in my. I puppeted these guys, and it was enjoyable to like do a little imperialism. But what I did, by the way, it was a cool strat. I enjoyed this a lot when I was playing as the Mexican Empire. In order to get the support of France and Britain, what I did was I conquered places like Transvaal and these regions down here, and then I gave them as states to transfer to get Britain and France to help me in the war. So it was like I imperialized, and then I gave up the states. See, like this one to Russia, I conquered this North Borneo, And then to get Russia's help in the war against America, I gave them Borneo. So I was colonizing and imperializing not because I wanted the resources, because I already have most of the resources that I need, but because I wanted to get the support of great powers. And that to me was like a fun dynamic. I enjoyed that, like genuinely. I had fun with that. But then, like, that was like I was lucky enough to have that happen. But for the most part, like that doesn't really happen normally, right? That's not something that normally is going on. Like it was more fun. My last campaign, I was communist Sokoto, and I had to fend off a bunch of counter-revolutionary divisions and just barely kept my independence. But getting there involved, just waiting for them to finish 75 years. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Like it's more fun to like mess around with like the late game stuff because the late game stuff feels more powerful. Like my GDP, you can look at my GDP graph. Like I had a lot of fun getting to this GDP, but like I don't know, it just wasn't. It was just like so boring getting here. It was only thanks to the fact that I had some lucky kind of like diplomacy fun where I was able to colonize stuff and then use that to get support of great powers. That felt interesting to do, but everything else was boring as hell. Eventually, it became just like, okay, I'm powerful enough now that I can go and take over a bunch of unrecognized nations. So I conquered Sind, protectorated Punjab and lowered their autonomy, protectorated Oman, conquered this for the sulfur and the silk. I went here literally just for sulfur and silk. That's the only reason why I conquered this and the opium, I guess. But it just wasn't very entertaining. I don't know. Adding this stuff is nice. Like I like that this is here, but it doesn't fix the fact that like waiting to build buildings is kind of boring. I did have fun trying to manipulate the one thing that Generalist talks about in his videos, which I tried to implement in my playthroughs, was like trying to like manipulate the free market, you could say, where you try to create demand for goods such that then your laissez-faire country ends up filling the need for you. And that was fun. Like I remember I was constructing a bunch of like ammunition industries and stuff like that, and obviously these are like not really that profitable, but whatever. I was constructing like industries that in theory I would have shortages for, but then my private sector did fill the shortages for me, and that was cool. I appreciated that as as like a way to create a little bit more interesting interaction, but that's not enough to possibly like fix all these issues. That wasn't nearly enough for me to be like, oh yeah, now everything's fine. I mean, now we have something fun to do. It's like, no, this is still not particularly all that fun. I could try to suck up my standard of living more, but I don't know, just don't really care to. I could just lower my taxes and all that, but it was just like once I hit a certain power threshold, I was able to roll over everything, and I even managed to invade Brazil, and it was like, okay, I'll lower their autonomy eventually, and then we'll get a little Brazilian puppet. Will be nice, but like whatever. Britain has never conquered the world. Germany forming and conquering Europe is just an economic simulator played on a world map. Yeah, I can feel that way for sure. Like it's so rare that the Prussians will actually make Germany because they always get beaten by Austria, which is hilarious. So that can really suck. Who has the number one army? Yes, Britain. Yeah, Britain has 700 battalions, bro. What the fuck? Also, damn, that's pretty good GDP for an AI. I'm impressed. Although to be fair, it's like 19. It's past 1900, so. I wonder, will the game run in if I have the wrong patch? I wonder. Looks like the game does run more or less. Pretty cool. No nation formation, Sag. All these Nahuatl people actually managed. Actually, I'm surprised that Mexico is majority not Mexican. That surprises me. I remember I had an interesting thing where I tried to conquer Haiti, and then the Americans got involved, and I gave up Guatemala to the British for them to help me against America. And again, that was a really good addition, adding like the sways and all that. I'm hoping this place breaks free and I can just conquer it back. But I basically would give up parts of southern, like parts of Central America to get Britain's help in wars against America, and it worked quite well because obviously I'm happy to have these states up here compared to these ones down here. But yeah, I just want to really show that to give you an idea of what I mean about like parts of the game that are fun and parts that aren't. I think for now, I actually want to stop playing Vic 3 for now. I think I want to do CK3 mod. Well, kind of hungry. Thinking now, do I want to like videos in the works, the Giga campaigns? I got a CK3 video coming. I don't really have a. I was thinking of doing a part 2 for Mexico for Vic 3. That's still on the table. I haven't taken it off the table. But with this new update, I feel like I want to do a video in the new update, not a video in the old update, because that footage has already been recorded. But the other GigaChad campaign I have is one. What even is it? It's in CK3. Let me just. I forget what it even was now because I record. Oh, it was Brittany. I did one as Brittany where I'm like playing off against England and France, like doing a little bouncing back and forth, and then in the end I take over both of them, of course, as it always goes. But maybe stream on YouTube again. I guess just because people kept asking for it. I don't consider myself completely beholden to the YouTube to the audience. But if people really wanted the YouTube streams, I'm like, okay, we'll bring the YouTube streams back. Let's get Generalist back on the screen. I miss him. I want to hear him talk again. Get him back on. Let's get this going. Live, but the volume up. Oh, he's watching the train stuff again. He's watching the trains. He's laughing at trains, chat. He's such a beautiful beast.
Tumble down a floor into the street below. It's not the most reliable of locomotives,
but he talks about trains for 11 minutes. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. What is the train stuff? There was like a video. There was a video that Paradox put out of a guy talking about trains. It was really funny. It was really, really funny.
That's wild. I would have think we were subscribed to that. Okay.
But yeah. Vic 3. Chat, listen. I'm gonna mute him so I can talk, because it hurts my brain to try to talk over someone. God, I really wanted to try to get back into Vic 3 this patch, because that would have been really cool. Also, this imagery is very sus. Paradox knew exactly what they were doing. But it's just so difficult. It's just so difficult to get back into the game when every patch is just these tiny things that address stuff that's good. It's good to see better information, less opacity, more transparent information, more transparent details, and I'm always happy to see that. But it just feels it just feels I don't know, who cares about a lot of these changes? I mean, I care, they're nice, but you gotta kind of not overhaul. You don't have to completely change the game entirely, but you gotta give me more to go off of than just making buildings. The diplomacy is too bare bones to matter. Maybe Sphere of Influence will fix that. I'm willing to be open to Spheres of Influence, and that maybe it's very convenient he's looking at the dev diary for it right now. But thank you, Generalist, for giving me a good background to talk over. In fact, let me actually show my face. That way we can be a little bit more it's my stream and not just Generalist stream. I guess we'll put a side by side. Just give him a little. But it's I would like to see a little more. Oh god, wait, take this down. Sorry, I want to make this a little bit less low res, because that's slanderous to the guy. There you go, it's better. Okay. Sphere of Influence maybe can be a good DLC, because it could add more depth to playing the game. One thing that's frustrating in Vic 3 is the moment-to-moment gameplay. Compared to something like CK3 or EU4, the moment-to-moment gameplay is you know what I mean? It's really got that kind of energy. It's just so horrifically boring. Also, I don't actually want my headphones to get the cable damaged. Oh god, I shouldn't have lifted it by the cable. It's fine. It's so sleeper. The moment-to-moment gameplay of Victoria 3. It's fun on the macro, in the sense that if you're someone more Generalist, I can respect this about him. He's he's a much more much less zoomer type guy, okay, than I am. When I'm playing a map game, I know that they're slow-paced grand strategy games, but I need something to be doing every minute, okay? When I play Victoria 3, the most fun I have with it is when I'm actually alt-tabbed out of it watching another thing and my economy's growing in the background or whatever, right? That's more actually fun for me than actually sitting here with the game tabbed in playing it. I'm hoping that with Sphere of Influence we can get more moment-to-moment gameplay. I'm not trying to zoomerify a game that maybe isn't intended for the zoomer audience, because I can accept that maybe Victoria 3 is actually meant not for people like me, where it's I want something to be doing it every moment. Maybe it really is a game where you're supposed to be a spreadsheet enjoyer, and that's fine. The problem is that even the spreadsheet enjoying stuff is pretty lame. There's not a lot of international trade shenanigans. There's not a lot of cornering markets or getting monopolies, or you can't really. I wish you could do more. The best thing currently is the companies, because companies give you at least some kind of incentive to try and create a very profitable enterprise. But the problem is that you already were trying to do that. Like, it's not like companies are a reward for the gameplay you are already doing, as opposed to new gameplay. What I want is new gameplay that every second that I'm playing is like, every second that I'm playing is like something to be thinking about. But instead, it's just like, I'm just sort of getting more rewards maybe for what I was already doing, and that sucks. Maybe Syrian Foods can give us that with the blocks and all that, but I get the feeling it's really not. I get the feeling it's going to be a very similar vibe of like just things are happening, and then you are, like, I guess you can manage your subjects more. So we see here what journalists are showing off here is like there's like these subject interaction buttons according to the Steam images, and maybe I'll be clicking those. Maybe I'll be keeping track of my puppets. Like, maybe I'll be paying more attention to stuff because it feels like right now, I don't have to even pay attention to Vic 3 and it'll kind of just play itself. Only in the very beginning of the game. In the very beginning, where let's say you're playing like more of a minor power. Let's say you're playing Mexico. They're a major power, but you know what I mean. Let's say you're playing like a not so like great power. Then maybe you've got a problem where you need to focus right away to try and assuage the issues of the guy that wants to conquer you right now. And those are probably the most fun and engaging parts. Like when I look at the Mexico playthrough I did, I actually had quite a bit of fun trying to build up an arms economy in order to beat back America, or trying to build up the diplomatic relations in order to get someone to help me beat back America. I failed in that, kind of intentionally. I wanted the story to be about like the revanchism. I wanted to be like a revanchist story almost. So, that was enjoyable. But then once I defeated America, it was like, okay, now I just build up the economy and I just sit here and watch the economy build. And it's like, that's not particularly interesting. And I was slightly having fun with trying to manipulate the free market, how Generalist does with like the, let's like build up stuff that has no demand, and then the free market will fill it up by trying to build things that will appeal to that demand. But it just wasn't really that interesting for me. I think it's got to be like, there's got to be new gameplay features to do like something. I don't know what though. With CK3, if you ask me like, oh, what's the minute-to-minute gameplay? It's like, dog, there's so much. Like it's checking characters for claims. It's checking for new marriages you could be doing. It's a lot of checking, I will say. It's a lot of checking in the sense that it's not a lot of like actual action going on, but that's grand strategy games for you. There's not a lot of action happening, but like in CK3, it's like, what building should I be building? And then you click that, and then it's like, what should I spend my gold on? What characters could be like useful for me? What places should I conquer? Events are popping, like events are coming up, right? Things are happening. In Vic 3, it's like it's so anemic. Like there's not really very many events going on. It's just it's there's not much going on. Like if CK3 didn't have all the random events, it might be in a similar place. But even then, like you've got all these decisions to look at. You've got activities to host. You've got stuff to be doing. You just don't have that in Vic 3. You just don't have it. What point did you want to try to at least unite all of Latin America? Maybe build a superpower, United States, Latin America if you got bored by that point. But it's boring to just go and conquer guys that have like 1 or 2 battalions. Like I could have headed south and just gone through Guatemala, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, San Salvador, gone into Panama. I actually was gonna go do that, but then France got control of the Panama Canal, which meant that I would have been cut off at Panama because I didn't have boats at the time that I was doing that. So I was like, ah, fuck it. I took Guatemala, Nicaragua, and all that, and then I used them as bargaining chips to get them to help with America. But that's part of that story. It doesn't matter. The point is that if you were to ask me what like moment-to-moment gameplay should be added to Victoria 3, my best answer, unironically, is like random events, I guess. But that is a really lame answer because that's all passive stuff. Like I don't know what I'd want to be adding for in terms of actual gameplay, like what you could be doing each moment to moment. Like maybe more to do with the politics, maybe more to do with like maybe like you could give each politician like like a bar almost of how close they are to changing ideologies, and you could try to swap the ideologies of characters around. Almost what gameplay should be centered around domestic politics. Yeah, I literally just went there. That's that fair. Yeah, that's a good point. Like something about how you could invest your authority, maybe something to do with like authority, like investing your authority into like lobbying. Yeah, like something like Okay, you have a politician. Give me a let me pull up a notepad. You know, classic meme. Pull up a notepad real quick. I'm just gonna hide generalist over here for a second. Pull up a notepad real quick because you know people love when I pull up the notepad. I actually don't have a notepad a source right now, but I guess we can just do it with this one. That works. Pull up my notepad here. Where is it? Excuse me, my notepad. Not popping up. Okay, we'll just do it on a Word document then if Notepad doesn't want to come up. Should work, right? I think I have it below. Below. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. This is a very zoomer stream. Okay, we're keeping the opacity low so you can see through it. Okay. Let's say you've got like I'll write in big text so everyone can see properly. Let's say you've got like politician A, right? He's got like actually, sorry, this is very disorganized. I'm really sorry. Let's say you've got politician A, okay, and he's got like he's a jingoist or something, whatever. Right? He's a warlike guy. But he could be, he's willing to be swayed to particular ideologies based on his personality, let's say, whatever, or his personality or his interest group. Market liberal, pacifist. I don't know why you'd want a pacifist, but just for the why not pacifist, or he'd be willing to be he'd be willing to be a land reformer, something like this, right? There'd be like XP bars almost for each of these ideologies, and the politician would ask you to accomplish certain things to move him towards any of these ideologies. So for market liberal, he wants he wants the price of, let's say, meat because he's a ranch owner, to be doubled or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, and then if you do that, he gains progress towards becoming a market liberal. And this way you have almost like an objective to be trying to accomplish if your goal is to get a market liberal, right? Maybe for land reformer, he wants you to employ, I don't even know, I'm just making stuff up, fewer laborers. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what it would be, but do you see the idea of like creating some kind of moment-to-moment consideration where it's like you have this list of like interest groups because there's like landowners, there's rural folk, there's intelligentsia, whatever, and you have in your, as the spirit of the nation or whatever, you may have your intention of how you want to guide the nation, right? But the politicians have their own intentions, and if you want to align them with yours, you want to align them with your interests, then you gotta do something for them, right? And depending on the character, they may be more easily or less easily swayed. Like certain characters have the the personality traits, right? So let's use that. If a character is like honorable, he's probably going to be harder to sway in general. Just it'll take way more to get him to change his ideology. If a character is they should add more personality traits, but let's say the character is like, arbitrarily, I'm just going to say they're kind, right? If they're a kind person, it's unlikely they're going to want to be a jingoist. They're probably going to be stuck on pacifism or whatever. You could do it really just like they have a starting ideology. They get 3 randomly generated ones that they could be convinced to, and then based on their personality, it's easier or harder to move them towards that. And that way you have something to be like checking all the time. Not necessarily all the time, but sometimes. If there's someone who you just really can't deal with, you arrange an accident for them, which has already been added to the game now, so you can assassinate people and all that. That to me would add some kind of moment-to-moment gameplay. I think domestic politics probably is the best way to add moment-to-moment gameplay. But other than that, it's like I don't even know what else you could do to really spice up the game's moment-to-moment gameplay. I'll see. Yeah, we do a little chatting. I know I'm kind of just yapping, I don't mean to be like the yapinator right now, but I guess I just want to talk about like Victoria 3 and some of the reasons why like every time I want to get back into it, I just can't. Like I really really want to get back to Victoria 3, but it's like the moment to moment gameplay is just so boring. I go from CK3 where there's no downtime. Well, there is some downtime in CK3 sometimes. There always is sometimes in CK, even in EU4 there's downtime sometimes. But like there's just I don't know. There's just a lack of moment to moment stuff to do in Victoria 3. It's like, what am I doing? I queue up like some buildings and then they build, and then I reevaluate the market, and then I queue up some buildings and they build, and I reevaluate the market and I queue up the buildings. The biggest moment to moment gameplay of Victoria 3 is reevaluating the market forever, and it's like it's boring real fast, like really fast for me. That for me gets boring within like 10 in-game years, where I'm just like, okay, I've reevaluated the market for like the fifth time now. I don't really care much. I used to have a lot of fun with like migration because it was fun to create like enclaves of minorities within your country, and that was kind of enjoyable. But it's just not. It's not with how they nerfed migration now. It's not even possible to do that. But improvements will change this. I hope it does. It may give us different. Like, it may give us more moment to moment gameplay. In terms of like creating the blocks, like creating, because one thing, if we look back at, we saw what John was looking at, like those mechanics about like creating blocks of people or of nations who are like on the same side, and the idea of investing into foreign markets. So one thing that was there was you could basically tell your capitalists to spend their investment pool on buying out ownership of other countries. I think it was only your puppets or maybe your dominions, but it was like, subject countries' buildings. So they effectively worked for you. So their profits went to your pops instead of to their pops. And that is interesting because then you could be reevaluating other people's markets. But at the end of the day, the gameplay loop is still evaluating markets. Okay, like I can't, I can't get over how every gameplay mechanic is just like, let's evaluate the market. The diplomatic plays are too schizophrenic to be worth evaluating, because whether or not a diplomatic play is going to just completely destroy you, or whether or not it's going to be okay, is just random. To be honest with you, it's a real scourge on the Iron Man playthrough. Although classic Control Alt Delete plus End Task always gets you out of that one. Um, like I can't really think of a lot of multiple gameplay because there's not a lot of base mechanics for that. Um, you could try to, like, the domestic politics is good. I think having to do with like politicians, and they have to like, you have to convince them to, follow the lead that you want them to go down. That kind of already existed through exiling, but you can only exile a character every 4 years, or was it every 5 years? But the point is, every couple years, you can exile one character, and that gives you a random, uh, you know, uh, ideology character. What opinion? What suggestions do you have for the gameplay loop? Well, you have to have something that you do like relatively regularly, which you can impact. You know, relatively quickly, not quickly, but relative, like with a lot of like actual decision making. And the suggestion I have here on the Word document is like lobbying in a way, where you have a politician with a certain ideology, and then if you accomplish certain tasks, they will change ideologies to match whatever it is that you were looking for from them, right? Did I like Vic 2? I didn't play Vic 2. I started at Vic 3. I never played Victoria 2. I tried it like one time, and it was so ugly I couldn't stand it, so I did not play it. I assume it's a good game because people seem to love it, but I need like graphics. Okay, I can't stand like having no graphics of any kind. So yeah. In terms of other mechanics, other like moment to moment gameplay mechanics, um, geez, I don't even know. I'm most invested in this like lobbying idea of like trying to, because one of the biggest things you do in Victoria 3 is try to manage your interest groups, right? And if you could do things to influence the ideologies of the leaders, then you would have something going there. Like, you'd have like a thing to be paying attention to. It's like, oh well, if I choose to do a lot more development of the economy, I might get more market liberals. But if I did a lot more like, if I did a lot more warlike stuff, I might get a lot of jingoists. I don't necessarily want jingoists, or I don't necessarily want market liberals, or whatever. If my SOL got really, really high, then I might end up with a lot of socialists or whatever. And it feels like, if we were to look at the code of the game, like the way that ideologies are generated on interest group leaders, is more or less based on like a checklist of like certain requirements that then influence the chance of getting it. So it'll be like by base chance, you'll get a protectionist 5% of the time. But if you have, you know, this and this and this, then you get 10% more chance. If you have this and this and this, you get 20% more chance. And that's like how ideologies are calculated on random leaders. I wish we could take the RNG out of that and just make it a gameplay mechanic instead. Why commit to RNG something which could just be a mechanic? Would you want to implement conquest ambition for certain characters? Sure. Like we could literally have it like politician A, if he's like super corrupt or something, if he's like giga corrupt, okay? If this politician is super corrupt, he might just ask you to conquer a particular state, and if you do that, he'll switch to whatever ideology you want. Like he's literally just sitting in there, just like, I will support whatever the government says as long as they give this state to me or whatever. You know, make it almost like Imperator, but this is getting ambitious. Where like Imperator, you could have like your characters controlling different parts of your empire and all that. I just, it would create gameplay out of what currently is it would create gameplay out of what literally right now is just RNG. Because what, you know, you can try to influence it, but you never get guarantees. Are homelands something with the migration system? Yes, they are. So different states still have homelands, and those homelands can't be assimilated from, and that kind of thing. But what it changes is that now you can't get immigrants to a population or to a state unless that state already has at least one of the pop of that type. So that way you don't get like these immense lists of super minorities. You only have like a couple people that are there, and new communities are created by mass migrations. So let's say you have like Pennsylvania and there's no like Chinese people there. You'll never get any Chinese immigrants there until you get a mass migration of Chinese people there. That creates the community, and then you can get pops migrating there. Sorry, excuse me. What if they give you a little paint plugin, lets you create art, and AI evaluates it? If it's good, your art can't make a profit. That'd be funny. That'd be really funny, but obviously, no, I wouldn't want that. What if you want to import some people? I mean, I wish you could. I wish you could do expulsions. Like, okay, this is one of those things where, like, I'm not trying to be like I'm not like a super conspiracy type guy, but I get the feeling that Paradox is trying to avoid some of the more controversial aspects of like the Victorian era, you know, because they want to make a more marketable game. I wish you could. Hey, this is gonna get, you know, feel free to quote me on this, I guess. I wish you could just like fucking genocide people in this game, like, because then you'd have some kind of like role play or something. Like you'd have some kind of like some form of something to do that would not necessarily be important gameplay wise, but which you could do to kind of just accomplish a fun task for yourself. Like I wish I could do like mass expulsions. It maybe not genocide because that's like too extreme or whatever. For like Paradox is more you know, large demographic friendly ideas. Mass expulsions. Okay, I want to play as Spain. I want to kick all the Basques into Occitania. You know, that would be pretty that'd be pretty cool. You know, I would like to play as Mexico, become an ethno state. You know, kick all the Nahuatl out to Texas, and by doing that, make America, you know, have to deal with them. It's like I want to send these people out somewhere else. You know, they're not. You know, ignore the Hitler stash while I stay this. By the way, I just think it would be something to do that would be like flavorful, you know, along, like I'm talking about in terms of gameplay mechanics. I like this politician lobbying idea, but in terms of like flavor, it'd be fun to mess with the pops more, because the pops are the pops are the heart and soul of Victoria 3, and I feel like you don't do anything with them besides give them jobs. Like that's all you do. But I want to do shit to these pops. Like it sounds really fucked up, and I'm not. I wouldn't want anything like this in real life, by the way. I don't want anything like that in real life. Like I to be really, really clear, this isn't about like trying to fulfill some kind of fantasy from my life into the game. It's about like playing the era how the era was, and this is a fucked up era of humanity. Okay, like in Vic 3, when you colonize Africa, the SOL goes up. That is not how it works in real life. In real life, when Belgium colonizes Africa, they don't have hands anymore. Okay, and I'm not saying that I like that, but if I'm gonna play a game set in the Victorian era with all kinds of like horrible colonialism, I'd like to experience the colonialism, you know? Like, I'd like to play the Victorian era. I don't want to be experiencing this weird world where when Britain goes to Africa, Africa becomes a better place to live. Like, I know that maybe I've got some of those super right people, like super alt-right people in chat who believe that without Britain, Africa would be like a bunch of mud huts with nothing or whatever. Like, some people that are like that. And that's like a whole other discussion or whatever. But I don't want it to be like, oh yeah, bro, like Britain comes to Africa and now look at how prosperous they are. That's how it is in Victoria 3, unironically. Like, I know they get discriminated, but they still make more money than they did in subsistence farms. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why are the people doing better under my exploitative colonialism? It's one thing if you had the colonial resettlement and you resettled a bunch of Englishmen into Nigeria or something, and it became prosperous because like you're investing, like you're getting accepted pops there who are doing good jobs, who are working in like industries. But then like, if you're gonna be doing colonial exploitation, which is one of the laws of the game where you can exploit your colonies, they should be getting exploited, but these motherfuckers are also profiting off of it. Like, it should be the case that like you can't have like an African capitalist in your states as a colonial exploiter. Maybe if you were multicultural, maybe you can. That'd be fine. But like, or maybe you can have a very like, or maybe only the ones that assimilate can be capitalists or whatever. But like, we were making like gold mines in Transvaal or whatever, and the capitalists that own it are like Zulu people, and it's like that there's no way that's gonna be the case. What are we doing here? You could do that, but keep the actual events out of it. Like, they couldn't have a mechanic where you can pull Leopold. Yeah, you don't have to get really specific in it. You don't have to be like, oh yeah, like we're not trying to like fetishize it, where it's like, oh yeah, dude, like go ahead and like there's a button to cut off the hands of the Congolese people. Like, no, I'm just talking about like um, more accurately representing the nature of the colonialism of this era, which was like some of the most horrific stuff. Like Heart of Darkness, okay? Anyone here read Heart of Darkness? That book is about the shit that went on in this era. And that book, like, obviously it's but more than that, but it's all, it's got its own perspective on it, but that book is like about this kind of stuff and how like horrific it was at this time. And it's like I feel like we should get some more of that. Like, I'd like to see more of that Heart of Darkness-esque stuff where it's like the lack of humanity, and it'd be cool to have your pops at home hearing about the atrocities you're committing and being like, we don't like that, right? Because it is true that back in these days, you had humanitarians who were like, we shouldn't be doing these horrible things to these people, like even like Rudyard Kipling, obviously a very controversial figure of this era. Like, I think that he was like he wanted to Christianize these colonized people. That's what I'd say his general intention was. I think that if you told him, like, when Britain goes this place, they're going to like slaughter like innocent people for like nothing, he would have been like, no, we should be hitting them with whips to make them Christians, not murdering them, right? Like, there were people who didn't like this, so there would be a gameplay mechanic around it where it's like, well, if you are super duper oppressive, that you can exploit more effectively, but your pops won't like it even back home. Like, I think that there's a certain, and there's a certain humanity to even the people of the Victorian era, even though all those horrible things were going on. And you don't have to get super specific about what exactly is happening. It can just be a bar that just exploitation level 0 to 100, and then that's all it is. A good read is King Hochschild's Hoax, an absurdly deceptive book on Congolese rubber production, where I describe historical fiction with the book King Leopold's Ghost. I don't read books. I just mention books to sound smart. I don't actually read. Got him. But you can't without it being screwed up. You'd have to be incredibly vague and allow events to happen within everywhere for PR reasons. I completely agree. Like, just make it, like I said, it's a bar in the state. It just is exploitation level 0 to 100. No specifics. It doesn't have to be like, I'm talking about what happened in real life. And when we translate that into the game, it's just a bar. It doesn't have to be like a oh my god, we're gonna like be describing the horrific events that transpired in the Congo in the 19th century. Nothing like that. I'm just talking about like just a game representation of it that has no details about what's going on, because yeah, we don't want to be having that kind of fucked up shit happening in the game. Where it's just a matter of, if you exploit more states more, then your pops get more angry at you, like even your homeland pops, because they don't like destruction of humanity, and it's scaled by their literacy. The more intelligent your people are, the more they probably aren't going to be wanting to destroy other cultures like that, unless you're an ethno state or something, and you can like maybe we want to add some fascism in there, where it's like, if you can significantly increase the nationalistic sentiment of your pops, then maybe they're more willing to let you get away with that stuff. But I will say that this is getting really complex now. Like, I want to pull it back here and not get into like too horrifically complex mechanics, Just keep it something as simple as like the more exploitation you do in the colonies, the more radicals you generate at home. That's all it has to be, and that would be a good representation, at least a not good, but at least a basic representation, and a choice to make when you play. It's a choice to make. This is kind of weird to tie on rest to. Well, I think it's more about like it's more about like not necessarily that it's literacy, it's that your pops are more aware of what's going on in the world. Like if you have like 10% literacy, like you're the Sikh Empire or something, it's presumable that most of your pops are like subsistence farmers who probably aren't very concerned with like the affairs of the of like Africa or something like that, right? um Compared to like say like a coffee house, in intellectual in London, who might have some moral qualms about that kind of stuff. Yeah. Let's be honest, that would never be added because of the potential backlash if it isn't too bad. I mean, yeah, it's kind of true, but you don't have to. If you word it right, I think you could. I think you could get around it. If you just make it like where, like imagine you have some Swedish guy and he's like, today in this Victoria 3 patch, we're going to be adding a system of tyranny and the consciousness to the pups. I know consciousness thing from Victoria 2. I'm not trying to harp back to Victoria 2, but it's a good term, so I'm going to use it. And basically, the intention of this flavor pack is that as you exploit, you get more throughput on the mines in Africa at the cost of standard of living. More secessions, maybe more chaos in general. But importantly, the more you exploit, the more your literate pops will dislike it. Or I don't know how to do a Swedish accent, but you see my point. Like, you can completely sanitize it. You really can. You can totally sanitize it. I'm just keeping it real because I don't know. I'm not like a super sanitizing type or whatever, right? Like I'm not. I tend to say things how they are, right? But you know, um, you can totally sanitize the whole thing and just represent it as game mechanics, and I don't think anyone would complain. No, I don't think anyone would complain about like, oh my god, you're representing like these horrible atrocities when it's like, and today we add the tyranny bar, and the more tyranny you accrue, the more your pops get mad at you. And it's like, okay, I don't think anyone's gonna be like, oh my god, how could you do that? Maybe some Reddit post with like 10 upvotes, but yeah, that would be hilarious. You would make it seem far less worse than it actually is, and that's fine because that is correct. You would be erasing the horrificness of what went on, but that's okay. It's a game. The game doesn't have to be like an actual representation of the era. It just has to have game mechanics that evoke the sense of the era, right? Instead of trying to literacy out of consent and actions like propaganda actually influencing that. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those things where like I don't have like in my head like, oh yeah, bro, here's the exact mechanics and here's how it should be implemented. It's just like these are the ideas that I have in mind for how to create more interesting gameplay, right? You can word it as a tyranny mechanic, allows you to commit exploits, but it causes negative opinion, other bad results, infect nation in late game. Yeah, exactly. Just something as simple as causing political movements. Literally, just like use the already in-game mechanics. Like, well, if you're doing so much tyranny in for example, let's say Nigeria, then your pops might not like that. So they might start to create political movements for more pacifism, for more socialism, or for more better cultural acceptance rights, or maybe the inverse will happen. They'll be very supportive, and then they'll want more ethno state or something. I'm sorry, I'm doing the shittiest Swedish accent just because it's funny. I find it funny, but you can totally. It's so easy to sanitize. I'm just bad at sanitizing it. Okay, to be clear, this is a me problem, not like the whole thing is fucked kind of problem. I'm not very good at like sanitizing history because I'm like I think it's important to not forget the horrible nature of history, but I'm not the one making the game. Okay, the game developers can definitely sanitize the history very easily, and then you can make a totally inoffensive version of it. And again, you're gonna have redditors who get offended. Who the fuck cares, dude? Like you might get like some tweet or some Reddit post or something where it'll be like, oh my god, can you believe the Victoria 3 is like sanitizing this history? And it's like, yeah, okay, but people are still gonna buy the game. From Scandinavia to Sweden, you should be able to expel the Danes. Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I don't know exactly what all the consequences should be for stuff like that, but it's like, you know, I think that you can definitely make it presentable to show some of these mechanics that are completely sanitized versions of what did happen in history. Because I think it would be bad to have like actual ability to commit like true like horrific actions, because it's kind of like making like a pornographic, pornographizing. I don't know the word for it, like the suffering of these people, right? You know, CK3 is pussy mode too, but in that you can at least see some fucked up shit. Yeah, I mean, even yeah, gore porn, exactly. You don't want to have that in the game. You don't want that. So you just say if you were exploring colony 30 years ago, it may come back to bite you another 30 years. Yeah, exactly, Yarden. Exactly. It's just you just take all of the nasty stuff out of it, but you represent the idea of it. Because it's not because I'm so yearning for the ability to commit atrocities, but it's because the Victorian era is what it was, and if you want to play a game about it, I think you should have at least some kind of representation of those things. Like it would be interesting to. I mean, this is obviously going a little bit more in the CK3 direction, but to have like kings and stuff like decide the fates of like huge like sections of the world's population. Like it'd be interesting to do a war against someone just to trade stuff with them at a better price. Now I know you can open markets in this game, but like opening a market isn't the same. Like having a treaty port in this game doesn't feel the same as what the British did in the Opium Wars. Okay, like Metropolis Walls respond to them exactly. Like you should be able to be a hub of refugees because that also would be, and that would have its own consequences, right? Suddenly you're taking an influx of discriminated pops, but they're free workers, and maybe your pops react poorly to it, maybe they react well to it. That can just be random. I'd be okay with that RNG, where it's like, will your pops be happy with refugees? It's a random event. It's 50-50 chance your pops will either hate the refugees or they'll like the refugees, and then that either leads you more towards multiculturalism or more towards ethno state, and that can just be RNG, right? And that's okay. I mean, maybe there's ways to mitigate the RNG in the game. Because I don't like too much RNG in the strategy games, but a little bit's okay. The point is that like ways to represent this era in a more accurate, not necessarily accurate, but in a more interesting way. It doesn't have to even be accurate. It can be inaccurate, by the way. It can be totally inaccurate. It just needs to be fun, and it is fun to be the evil guy. It's not like if you play like EU4 and you do a one culture, you know, have you ever considered the ramifications of that? Like the idea of like a one culture, one faith in EU4, like that's pretty horrific, to think about, like all of the expulsions and genocides and at best cultural destruction. Let's call it assimilation, like the destruction of cultures. But no one gets up in arms about that. It's not like, oh yeah, bro, like you're an immoral person if you do a one culture in EU4. It's like, no, it's just fun to be the bad guy or whatever, right? Like it's fun to be like even in CK3, like it's you can cheat on your wife, and I consider that a pretty heinous thing to do. But it can be fun to play out the bad guy role in a video game. And in Victoria 3 you should do the same thing, but again keep it nice and sanitized, right? In CK3 you can murder children. I mean, bro, holy shit, that's real bad, right? That's really really bad. That's one of the worst things you can ever do. But it's not like that's a big moral issue or something. Just a video game, right? You're representing the era. Regularly yeah, you can imprison and execute your own children like over and over again at almost no consequence, by the way. It's people don't get that perfect circle. Yeah, exactly same thing, It'd be cool if CK3 if you're a feudal and have tribal rulers over time would plan independence war because the opinion modifier is nothing. I mean, the tribal rulers usually try to get free because they generally won't like you, but that's a whole other discussion to have or whatever. CK3, you commit genocide. Hold on, I gotta read that message. Commit genocide by culture after conquering local lands. I accidentally wiped the Irish in the way. After culture can could be your PC way of expulsion. Yeah, same thing in EU4, right? The culture conversion button, if you think about what that is a genocide button at the end of the day. Whether it's a violent genocide or if it's like the type of genocide that more happened in the Bronze Age, where it's like you just assimilate them into your culture, where you can consider that a form of cultural genocide, and this is where the word gets murky. Like think about like the fact that I don't know, like the Anatolian Greeks were different than the Aegean Greeks or whatever, and it's like there may have been some or maybe the Thracians is a better way of looking at this. Like Thracians get Hellenized, right? Or Romans even got Hellenized. Like cultures get Romanized or Hellenized, and it's like there isn't necessarily like roving death squads going on here, but we're talking about the eradication of a former culture, and that's a form of genocide or whatever. But is much farther removed from our times and accept that the Middle Ages were a horrific time. Well, I think that maybe the world's not ready for it yet, but I think that we could acknowledge the Victorian era as like a horrific time, right? Like, are we not? Like, is it too close to modern history to be like talking about the Victorian era and like how like absolutely screwed up it was, or am I the weirdo in this? Or maybe I'm the weirdo in this one. Because to me, like, it seems far. We're talking like almost 2 centuries now. Like people can't, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's fair. I guess 'cause some people, what maybe their great grandparents or even maybe their great great grandparents or maybe even great grandparents were alive during the time of these events. So maybe you don't want to present that too horribly. I don't know. At the end of the day, this is all. By the way, going back to the whole point of all of this, this is also we can get fun game mechanics. By the way, this is because what I'm doing is I'm thinking of moment-to-moment gameplay. And I'm trying to get inspired by the historical era. Like whenever, like obviously, you could just add in some really arbitrary. Um, you could probably add in some like arbitrary bullshit mechanics nothing to do with the Victorian era. But I'm trying to think of things that have to do with the Victorian era. And because pops are the beating soul of Victoria 3, it's like, well, we should mess with the pops more. The pops feel completely out of your hands. And that's okay to some extent, depending on your country's laws. But it feels like, dude, I want to like, yeah, basically, apartheid basically just ended. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I guess you're right in a way that a lot of the effects of the Victorian era are still being felt today. Well, felt. I mean, yeah, but actively acted upon. I guess more is better because obviously the effects are still felt because of all the colonialism. But I'm living in a country that very much was foundationally created during the Victorian era. I'm Canadian. Um, Although I'd say more the World War II eras where Canada, like the post World War II eras where Canada's identity really came out. But whatever, that's another discussion. I'm just grasping for gameplay mechanics. At the end of the day, that's all I'm doing. I'm just getting inspired by the history. Um, that's the only reason why I'm looking to the history is because what else do you look to for the inspiration? It's like, do you want to? We can add in like a fucking first person shooter section to Victoria 3 to add some gameplay, but it doesn't make any sense, right? We're trying to keep it to the strategy section here, right? The historical strategy section. And the best way to get inspired for historical strategy is to look at history. Um, there's there's a lot of nonviolent history too. I mean, we can talk about like even something as simple as let's go to something less controversial. Okay, why are ownership methods? So he's looking. Look at that generalist looking at it at the perfect time. Look at this perfect timing generalist. See all these ownership methods? He switched to it. Goddamn, he switched off of it. The ownership methods. Why can you only have private ownership if you're interventionist or laissez-faire? Like laissez-faire, maybe I understand, but if you're interventionist, where's my state-run industry, right? It ends in 1936 when the game ends. 1836 to 1936. So it ends like pretty much right before World War II would have started. Um, why if you want a less controversial mechanic, let's talk about ownership. Like, where's my battle between state ownership and capitalism? Where's my battle between capitalism, like the three sort of ethos economically, you could say, of of this era is like the capitalists, the fascists, that's much later, but and the communists, right? Where maybe we'll lump the fascists in like the proto-fascism is like the state-run corporation, and then you get into the corporatism that comes later. There is a corporatism ideology in the game, but like it comes like in the 1920s or whatever. Like who the hell cares about, that's way too late for it to matter, by the time you get to corporatism. But there's communism in the game, but like motherfucker, every economy is mixed. Are we gonna act like there's any like economy that has only one type of ownership? Like, I get that you can government own railways, and that's the only thing you can government own in the game, which is hilarious. But like, that I believe the first ever like workers co-op was founded in Britain in like the 1830s. Not one. I could Google it now. I don't want to spread false information. First ever worker co-op in 1844. I was pretty close. 28 artisans in a cotton mill in Rochdale, North England, made a workers co-op in 1844. Okay. Now I'm not saying like, oh bro, right off the bat you should be able to found a workers co-op with like no investment, and it should just be like a thing you do whatever. It doesn't mean anything. But I'm like, my guy, like, are we gonna act like there's no such thing as a mixed economy? Victoria 3 acts like there's no such thing as a mixed economy, and it's like, no, you can have like you could have a largely socialist state that has a couple private capitalists. And 90-second commerce first started playing. Holy GIGACHAD. I think you should be able to have like a mixed economy, and that would actually hugely increase the moment-to-moment gameplay, because then I'd be considering what ratio of like worker owned, state owned, and capitalist owned enterprise I want to have. The advantages of each would be, if state owned means more budget. That's easy. Like state owned is like obviously the profits go to you, the state, and the state can use that money. So maybe you have a couple of state-run industries that are very profitable to keep the government's budget afloat, and then everything else can be capitalist, and that's for the private individuals who pay very few taxes or who pay taxes, whatever. And then you have a couple of workers co-ops to keep the people happy. Like it's literally just the three ethos of like SOL, budget, and GDP. You know, capitalists are all about the GDP because they can expand the most, they can invest the money the most efficiently, so they get the GDP, they increase your GDP. The state-run industries give you budget so you can spend that on your wars and all that, right? And the workers unions keep the people richer so that way they can, you know, be less upset. And there'd be consequences to it, right? So the more workers unions you have, the more socialism you're going to see spreading throughout your country. The more capitalists you have, the more investment, you know, the more your economy is going to grow, and when it grows more, you have to support it with social infrastructure, right? And you have to get more education, and it puts pressure on the government to keep up with its own growth, right? And the more state-run stuff you have, the less efficient it is, because obviously, I think it's a reality of like state-run economies. They're never going to be as efficient as like a free market. It's just not going to be the case, but it doesn't mean they should be there. Like there's lots of state-run like things that probably should be state-run. Like thinking of like electric companies or a lot of utilities probably should be state-run because we don't need like profitability, we need function, and a lot of times function is better under a state-run thing, depending on the nature of the business. Obviously, I'm saying some controversial stuff right now, I'm sure, but you see how this immediately adds so much to the gameplay. Should I reinstall Victoria 3? Don't bother. It's, you know, I wouldn't really bother. It's okay. Victoria 3 is better with the current update, but it didn't really change much. The core gameplay is still the exact same, so I wouldn't bother. Careful, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I gotta be careful there. Some of my more lefty things coming out, walking into the most base takes right now. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm largely a capitalist, but I understand that the free market's not the answer to everything. Okay, there are some things which work better as state-run enterprises compared to capitalist enterprises. Like even here in BC, we've got TransLink, which here I'm gonna get super local pilled for you guys. TransLink runs our public transit, and they're a private company, and they receive state subsidization from the province, so they get money from the government. But like, dog, like the service on the SkyTrain is good, to be clear, but the prices only go up and the service doesn't get better because they're trying to be profitable, right? And they have a monopoly. There's no other public transit, obviously. Competing public transit doesn't make any sense. So there's no competing public transit. So they just raise prices all the time. And it's like, is the service getting better? No, it's not. There's not more buses running, but the trains don't run more often. There's no new track being constructed. I believe there is one planned to be constructed, but it's not being constructed yet. And I don't want to pay more for my public transit until I get that new train, right? Like in theory. Because in theory, it's like, hey, if you're going to do a better job, I'd love to pay more. But the buses still come late sometimes. Not that often, to be honest. Buses are pretty good around here. The trains still run every 15 minutes, which is not bad. Again, I'm not complaining. It's good. But when I'm paying $1 more than I did when I was like 12 years old. Now, part of that is probably inflation. I'm willing to accept that. And there's a lot of inflation in Canada, so we can pin it on that. But I also get the feeling that they know they can raise prices, and what are you going to do about it, right? What are you going to do about about the raised price on public transit? Are you going to not take the public transit? You know, you could get a car. It's probably more expensive than public transit, to be honest with you, especially around here. Gas is very expensive in Western Canada. Go to Alberta, it's a little cheaper, but it's very expensive here. That's why monopoly is nothing but capitalism. In a way, it is, yeah. But to me, it's like, why is the public transit, I think, the multi-billion in the hole? Dude, I don't fucking know. I just know that the transit price is getting higher and the service doesn't get better, which I guess I'm willing to chalk up to inflation. Maybe it's just an inflation thing. Would you ever want character customization to add more RPG elements with backstory types like elected leader, coup usurper, inheritor, little modifiers based off which one? Sure. I would never be against more stuff, but it's about prioritizing development, right? I think that creating personality for Victoria 3 characters is one of the lower rungs of developmental priority compared to creating interesting economic decisions. And to me, like, dog, the tripartite system, okay? Like, I'm not into like French tripartisme or whatever, right? But the idea, the study of like the way that the workers interact, the workers, the state, and the corporations, like the capitalist, the state, and the worker interact. This tripartite interaction is like really interesting to try to look at in a video game, like trying to create some kind of like interesting mechanics around the interaction of these three groups who all have their own interests. And if you're a tripartist, can work together. So if you're like, you know, more of a Swedish socialist, not socialist, but democratic socialist or whatever, that's what they do, is like they have the union, the state and because the union's basically the workers, the union, the state, and the corporation work together to create better outcomes for all three, right? That's like the cooperation of the classes, which is starkly opposed to like a socialist idea of like the fighting between classes, which is also starkly opposed to the capitalists who are just seeking the highest profits possible, right? Like you could do something with that in the game. You could have a system of balancing of these three sectors, and and it wouldn't be, you already have numbers in the game that represent each one, like where the workers unions are SOL for the most part, the capitalists are your GDP, and the budget is your state. Like you have to keep these three in balance, otherwise you're gonna have problems, right? If the workers don't get paid enough, they're gonna rebel. If the capitalists don't make enough money, you're not gonna grow your economy, and the state runs out of money, you're not gonna be able to support the infrastructure to keep any of them working, right? So it's like you already have systems in the game that can be expanded upon to create interesting gameplay, but instead it's like, oh, are you an interventionist or laissez-faire? Everything's privately owned except for railroads, unless you're laissez-faire. Are you a socialist? Everything is worker co-ops. There's no state, and I guess you can have some, because if you have Council Republic plus command economy, you can have something state run, something's not state run, but it's basically only farms can be co-ops. Everything else is state run. When it's like, dog, even the Soviet Union had some things were co-ops, some things were state run. Like there's the two different types of farms. I forgot what they were called in the Soviet Union, but two different kinds of farms. You have like the ones that are run by the co-ops and the ones that are run by the state. Now that you can get into a whole discussion about which one was more effective and whether or not it was true co-ops or whatever. But the point is that like even like such a staunchly like communist, not just socialist, but communist nation like the Soviet Union had a mixed economy at the end of the day. I don't think they had any capitalists. I think they had a big fat zero for a capitalist, but then a couple decades later, and this is ending in the Cold War era, so it's different than the Victorian era, so maybe it doesn't matter. A couple decades later, you did have some private enterprises coming into the Soviet Union. That's like, okay, like America has workers co-ops, man, and that's like the most capitalist country out there. Like, Jesus, man. So I'm just looking at more comments from the most recent video. Got my phone I did a little buzz, so I wanted to look at that. Looks like the review is being well received, by the way. Sorry, this is getting off topic of Victoria 3. I don't know, man. Because I was talking earlier about very controversial ideas for how to add game mechanics, but this is not controversial, I don't think. It's like to have more complex economic systems, Like it's not you can even tie it with businesses. Like you only get a couple business slots, right? So fancy American co-ops, but the point is that there are not many, but they exist, right? The point is not that like, oh, America has a lot of co-ops or has a lot of unions, but the point is that there is one. I can guarantee you, somewhere there is at least one co-op in the United States. Feel free to fact check me. Okay, there's at least one. In Victoria 3, unless you go to becoming a communist, you cannot have a single workers co-op in your America. You can play America in Victoria 3. You have to become a council republic, a communist nation, to have one worker co-op. One, right? That's not at all how it should work. Like, why can't there be like just a limit on how many work co-ops you can have unless you're a communist? It doesn't make any sense. It seems too complicated for me. It's really not that complicated. It's just number go up. That's all it is. It's not a complicated game. It takes a minute to learn, but once you learn it, it's not very complicated at all. I don't know. Obviously, before I was talking about very like controversial ways to add game mechanics with things like manipulating pops through expulsions and genocides and all that, which you could then sanitize by changing the wording and all that. Talking about colonial exploitation. But I don't think you could probably just keep the wording exactly as is, or something like adding in the ability to have a mixed economy. Like, I think even Victoria 2 didn't have this. I don't know about Victoria 2. I didn't play it, but like, is it really so complicated to have mixed economies in the game? I don't understand. Like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like I'm asking for some crazy thing. Because I think when I talk about CK3, okay, sometimes I'm asking for some crazy shit, and I usually know when I am, so I'll say it in the video or whatever. I'll say it when I'm talking. Like, oh, this is some absolutely like insane-o shit. Like, there's no way they're gonna ever add this. It's too complicated, right? And I understand. Really that complicated a mixed economy? Really? Just make it so that each of the economic laws limit how much of each type you can have, right? Like if you're agrarian, you probably can have more co-ops than if you're laissez-faire, right? And maybe co-ops can only be applied to certain industries, depending on your thing. If you're laissez-faire, maybe there's no co-ops. We can say that, right? Laissez-faire is the only one that truly goes for a pure capitalist economy, because that's like the most extreme end, right? And maybe we can say that the socialist one also doesn't allow any capitalists, but they should all allow some level of state-run industry, right? I don't know. I don't know. It just would be nice to have ways to create new mechanics. I mean, besides that, like I talked about lobbying. Like these are like three just relatively, I would say, relatively simple in terms of concepts to throw into the game that wouldn't require huge amounts of work to create. Right? It's like the ability to lobby politicians. Do X for me. I'll support the ideology that you want me to support. You know, whatever. Depends on their personality. That's a little stretch goal. Okay. The ability to fuck with your pops more. Not necessarily even genocide them, but just um, you know, do some propaganda. Okay, like let me pass out pamphlets in a certain state that try to espouse a certain belief, right? Like let me try to create a political movement through anything besides fucking what do they call agitators? Agitators suck. There doesn't forbid any kind of business. They still have co-ops. Yeah, I mean, you know, whatever, right? It's just it's a throwaway thing. It doesn't matter much. Like that second mechanic is like influence pops more. Start political movements by throwing pamphlets around in states. It could be simple as that. Spend bureaucracy or authority, take your pick, on beginning political movements. Isn't lobbying basically agitators? Not at all. No, because the agitators come in and they have a demand for you and they can't be negotiated with. The agitator comes in and he's like, I want this law, and then there's nothing you can't be like, okay, what will you do to give me this law? It can't be like, okay, I'll do that law, but I want this instead. It can't be like, how about I do this other law and it's similar to what you wanted, but then in return I'll also do this for you. What I mean by lobbying is like you have a character who has interests. They have some kind of desire, right? Something they want to see done, and they're willing to be flexible on that will if you could do something for them, right? So it's like if you have a character who wants a lot of land reform, you're like, okay, well, how about I don't necessarily go to being an agrarian society, but I'll build like 30 more farms for you. You know, I'll build a bunch of farms, and that can be, um, like that can be like, the way that I please you as a politician or something. And then because you did something nice for him, he's more open to your politics. You know, as in like whatever ideology you want him to go towards. You know, whatever, right? Like the idea of changing like a politician's ideology by appeasing them in some way. Again, depending on the personality. Some characters will never change their ideology. Like for example, you get like a really ardent socialist or like a communist in your country, and he's like really strongly into that ideology. You're not going to turn him into a market liberal. You might be able to turn him into an anarchist. You know what I mean? Like maybe you can shift to another kind of leftism, but you're not going to turn a communist into a corporatist. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. But just little things. You probably can turn a jingoist into a market liberal. Okay, just be like, okay, be a market liberal, but I'm also going to build 10 more arms industries, or be a market liberal if I conquer one more state. You know, little things like that. Like, this is not even complicated. Just like if like on action, if state is conquered, ideology changes to market liberal or whatever. It's I don't know Victoria's 3 code, how I know CK3's code. I don't imagine it's that complicated. Okay, to do like a if this then this, it's not that crazy. I feel like they really wanted to stay away from the kind of politics to say that sounds for a game like this. They really wanted to portray the Victorian era as an era of technological progress and economic growth, no class conflict or cooperation, no real imperialism. Well, that's funny, okay, because they do portray the class conflict, and that's with all the communism journals and even the fascism journals. Like they have it. It's just that like that's the stuff that that's the kind of stuff that like I guess is more acceptable to talk about. Like it's okay to talk about like the overthrowing of like capitalist nations, or not, let me think of a better way to word it. It's okay to discuss like the the warfare between like classes, because I think we kind of romanticize it a little bit, right? It's like, it's the good fight, you could say, almost, right? A lot of times it kind of is the good fight, to be fair, compared to like imperialism, which is like evil, which I think is also fair to say imperialism is pretty evil. But you gotta, you should represent both, because they're both part of the era, but you can just sanitize them. You just like even the class warfare is pretty sanitized. We don't have like there's not a lot of you can obviously have the coup, like the revolutions happening, and there can be some events in there that talk about terrorism. Um, and it's completely okay, I guess, to like have like terrorism, which can result in a lot of innocent death, but you can't like represent some of the death that happens under colonialism. Like you'd think it'd be more acceptable to represent imperialism as being so evil, because right now the way that it works in the game, imperialism is actually a force for good. This is sad to say, but in Victoria 3, like colonizing is good for the colonized in this game. It actually aids them in like every way, which is a hilarious message to be sending, by the way, for a game that doesn't want to be trying to be like overly political. You know what I mean? Like hilarious message to be sending, because the SOL only goes up when you colonize, never goes down. I mean, you're more of a game max player and less roleplay player. No, I wouldn't say that. It just means that I'm like keenly aware. I'm keenly, as a hardcore player of CK3, I'm like very keenly aware of like the inner workings of the mechanics. So I have a lot higher expectations, and also I play the game a lot, so I've seen everything. Like I know everything that's going on. But no, I wouldn't call myself min maxy. I'm the opposite. I'm more of a role player than a min max player. Although I can do both. When I'm a speedrunner, I'm min maxy. When I'm having fun, I'm a role player. So yeah. Do Vehicle Simulator 4 has a lot of these mechanics you're talking about, actually? I'm sure it does. I don't know what the game is like. I don't know much anything about it, obviously. But, like, I'm talking about Victoria 3. And Victoria 3 has, like, certain... I want to work within the mechanics of Victoria 3 so that I'm not just remaking the game. I'm not here to, like, create a new game and call it Victoria 3. I'm working within the mechanics of the game. And that's what I mean, why I'm talking a lot about, like, this tripartism of the corporations, the workers, and the state. Right? Like... that could already be a really cool mechanic to play with, because it adds a bit of roleplay in the form of like, well, I want to be like a really state-oriented government, so I'm going to have like a ton of just like all these state-run corporations that flood my budget with money, and then I reinvest that money into like education. You can be like a fascist in that way, because fascism is obviously like a whole ass movement. It's a whole ass like ideology, but you could have the economic ideals of like a fascist movement where it's like the state runs everything and the state supports its people and no one else, and the state does everything. The state just controls everything. You could do that. I mean, I guess in a way that doesn't necessarily have to be fascism. It can just be any of the particularly authoritarian ideologies that want to have the state control everything. That can be a thing. But it's like that can work within Victoria 3 systems. They already have ownership methods. They just arbitrarily limit them to being like, you have to be a mono economy. It's like, you could argue it's for gameplay purposes, so that way you can have like a very tangible difference between the Council Republic and the non-Council Republic. But you can still have that tangible difference. You can still do that while having mixed economies. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't. It feels like it's simple for no reason. Like I can't think of why you wouldn't want this nuance. Like why wouldn't you want more nuance in the game? Like it's not that it's too complicated, because Victoria 3 is, I will say, is one of the more complicated Paradox games. I don't want to argue that though, because that's not nice to them, right? I'm not talking about like we have to be super nice to everyone, but these people make games that I really love and appreciate. I'm not here to put them down, right? It's not that they're lazy and all that. What would be your roadmap for Victoria 3 if you're implementing these mechanics? Which comes first? Definitely the mixed economies first. That would radically alter the game. Then probably lobbying. Then maybe more pop stuff. Because lobbying kind of ties into pop manipulation anyway. But like, it's not that Victoria 3 is overly complicated, because it is one of the more complicated Paradox games. But like, it's like totally reasonable, I think, to. It's totally reasonable to like add in complex mechanics to a game like this. Like, at the same time though, I get the whole wider audience thing, right? Like, you do you want to be you don't want to be stuck in like this horrible complexity, but in theory you could just if you're like I think it's okay to have like some not guardrails, some gatekeeping. Like it's okay to have like skill gatekeeping in a game. Like I know that even like a game like Elden Ring has like difficulty, and there's ways around it through like summoning people and through getting the OP gear and grinding and all that, right? Like we talk about like difficulty as a form of gatekeeping in a game can often be a negative to the game, because you don't actually want to gatekeep, you just want to create satisfying challenge. Victoria 3, I think, has gatekeeping in the form of the ridiculously opaque AI. Like it's impossible to know what's going to happen, and this new update is trying to amend that, but it doesn't do a very good job of it. It does an okay job, a better job than I would have expected, but it doesn't address it perfectly. But like, why can't we have a little bit of gatekeeping? Why can't we have a little bit of difficulty where it's like, yeah, this is a complex game, and if you want to play it optimally, you're going to have to learn like how this shit works. But it feels like there's been a move away from a sense of like these games are exclusive to those who can understand them, which I understand. That makes sense, because you don't want to have like a super gatekeeping game, but you want to have some gatekeeping, don't you? Like I don't want just anyone to be able to be like, wow, this game is so easy to understand. It's like, no, this is like an economy simulator of world imperial powers that probably should be a little bit difficult to understand at first. You need some time to learn it, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. A little bit of a learning curve. The importance of the learning curve be taught to you, right? Like, I hate when games require you to watch like a tutorial online to figure out, or like you have to use a wiki to play the game. Those are really annoying because I don't want to have to go to that. But if you can make a reasonably good tutorial, then you can have complex systems, and then that would be good. Like, I think mixed economies might seem intimidating to a new player, but like that's kind of the fun of learning the game, I guess, is like, oh, this is like a new thing, and I got to learn how this works so I can get better at the game. And once you do get better, then you can enjoy it more, right? But you should be able to enjoy it while you're learning, which if you have, which if you have a good tutorial, isn't that bad. So with no prior Grand Strategy experience and CK3 experience, you can just figure out CK3? Absolutely. CK3's tutorial is good enough. Okay, I played the CK3 tutorial when it came out because I was thinking like, oh, let me experience this tutorial. That tutorial is good enough that you can drop anyone into CK3 with the tutorial and they'll know how to figure out most of it, right? But even then, there's a lot of esoteric shit in CK3. There's a lot of esoteric shit in that game. A lot of stuff that you won't understand unless you've played a long time. So, yeah. Have they fixed China joining random European wars in 1890? I don't know. I only played to like 1840. I barely even played. This is boring. Does a random complex game you have to learn a bit about players? That's how a lot of us know CK3 at first. Yeah, CK3 does this pretty well. CK3, okay, let's say you're a fresh newborn CK3 player, okay, and you drop in, you do the tutorial, okay? You still don't understand 80% of what's happening in the game, but you know enough that you can play it and then occasionally be like, why did that happen? And be a little confused, but you'll know enough that you can keep playing. Victoria 3 is the same way. Like, I played the tutorial, and the tutorial was pretty dog shit for Victoria 3. It was very, the game, I don't know if devs don't understand their own game, but when they try to do things like, oh, you should try to increase the price on your steel, because then the steel is worth more and it helps your GDP. But fucker, the steel is like an extremely important, like, supply chain item that I want to be cheap, so that, like, I can produce things like engines, so I can use it for my construction, or so I can use it for my tools, right? I don't want expensive steel, but the tutorial would lead you down the path of believing expensive goods means more GDP means good. That's not good. It doesn't teach you about how consumer goods work. Clothes are not useful, right? Clothes are not useful for anything besides making your pops happier. And I guess generating taxes, because you might have a dividend tax on them. But nothing that's explained, by the way. Dividend taxes. You know, nothing that's explained. Tax laws, that's not explained, right? Like, if you threw a guy into Vic 3 with no outside experience, he'll have no clue what the fuck is happening. So if the argument is that you don't want to complexify the game's already too complex for beginners. You already need to go look at a guide online. Why do you think why do you think it's most viewed videos are the Victoria 3 guides? Because this tutorial for this game was dog shit, and like no one wanted to make guides because the game was too esoteric. But I took the time to figure this shit out, and then Generalist took the time to really figure it out. I figured out like this much of it. Generalist went all the way up here. He went beyond the webcam. Okay, he figured out everything. Like, he made sheets. Like, he made like Excel sheets of all this stuff. So he really went in depth. Same with Palaya, another community member of mine and Generalist who deserves some credit here. Like, other people took that and refined it, but like, yeah, the reason why those guys did so well is because like no one knows how to play this damn game. So if you want to talk to me about, like, I know that no one here is saying it. I'm shadowboxing, I believe it's called right now. You want to talk to me about like the game is too complicated or something, so we can't add in like a mixed economy? To motherfucker, you already have a too complicated game. Why not make it more complicated at this point? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, just go all the way, man. At least make it interesting. At least make it fun for the people that actually do figure the game out. Like, damn. You know what I mean? Like, it's stupid that if that's the reason. I don't think that's necessarily the reason. No one's necessarily saying that, but like, it feels like that's the reason. It feels like the reason often is accessibility, but these games aren't accessible already. CK3 is by far the most accessible of the Paradox games right now, besides maybe Stellaris, only because the 4X format is more commonly played than the Grand Strategy format. Many people have played a 4X game if they're gamers. Like, you've probably played Civ. You know, most people have played Civ 5. Most people have played, like, what other 4X games are there? Like, I was gonna say Endless Legend, but that's not actually a very popular 4X game. Hoi 4? Okay, maybe, I haven't played Hoi 4, so maybe that one's actually more accessible. Although, that game doesn't look very accessible to me. For Korean players that are insane. What, in Hoi 4 or in Victoria? Which products have competitors? Well, I guess there's Gilded Destiny, right? I mean, I'm not sponsored by them right now. I was sponsored before, but that game could be a good competitor. But even then, I mean, it's a very ambitious game, and that's the problem. Ambition is always scary. CK3 is peak Reddit tier. Yeah, CK3 is accessible. Like CK3 is like you can throw someone in, they have no grand strategy experience, and they can figure it out, and that's good. But the game is also deep enough that even if you but even if you like don't figure out the more esoteric parts of CK3, you can still have fun with it. In Victoria 3, if you don't figure this shit out, this game is not fun. If you do figure it out, it's not fun, by the way. To be clear, if you do figure it out, it's not very fun. But if you don't, you're literally just floundering. You're just sitting around being like, I don't know why my economy is crashing. I don't know why I have no budget. I don't know how taxes work. I'm the building is profitable, but I don't feel myself getting richer. It's like, yeah, because you're not getting richer. The pops are getting richer, and that's an important distinction. But it's not one that you'll ever learn about in the tutorial because it's hard to explain that. How do you explain that the fact that your oil rig is making 100,000 euros or not euros pounds every month, it doesn't actually make you any richer in terms of your budget? It's like, well, the capitalists are making that money and they pay an income tax, but the money they're making is from a dividend. It's not from an income, so they don't actually pay you very much because you're charging them tax on their wage, and the wage of a capitalist is quite high, but it's nothing compared to their dividends. And then like imagine explaining that in a tutorial. Be like, well, every building creates dividends, and the dividends get divided between the owners, and the owners are the capitalists in most cases, unless you go to 1920 and actually experience some of the late game economies. The capitalists generate dividends, and those dividends are not taxed until the proportional taxation law. It's like, no, it just says profitable buildings are profitable. You should try to make profitable buildings. Like, well, if you actually want to make more budget for yourself, you should actually focus more on just like creating goods that are consumed and then putting a consumption tax on them. Like, if you want to make a lot of money, make a bunch of tobacco and then get your population addicted to it, and then start doing a luxury tax on the tobacco. That's a better way to make money than to make a profitable textile mill. Unless you're going for tariffs, which you didn't even explain tariffs. And be like, well, you could export textiles. The game is really complicated. You see how, like, I'm through just talking about it. I'm going down a dialogue tree of all the different ways that Victoria 3 can be so complicated, right? It really can be a horribly complicated game. And are we concerned about accessibility about that? Like, dog, you got to watch hours of guides to understand this, or play the game. To be fair, you can also play the game for hundreds of hours. Okay, maybe instead of playing the game for 20 hours, or instead of playing the game for 200 hours, you watch 20 hours of guides. Which I wouldn't want to watch 20 hours of guides to get into a game. I want to open the game and start playing it. But because you can make textiles and then export them and then get tariffs on them, and then it's like, okay, but remember that if you're going to export them, they need to find a market that actually has a demand for them, and if they don't want those clothes, then you're just going to have a bunch of clothes that are super cheap, and that'll raise the SOL, and then the SOL pops will make more money, and then they'll get paid more taxes, and it's like, dude, that's just... How about we just get a state-run textile mill, and the noobs it can be a noob trap, okay? It'll really be a noob trap. It's like, oh, I want to make more budget, so I'm going to make everything state-run. Well, now I have more budget, but now my economy's not growing. Why isn't my economy growing? And it's like, well, because you don't have capitalists, you don't have any private industry, and they're not growing the economy. You just have a state-run industry that is making the government rich. This is the Ludi problem, okay? You ever seen Ludi's thumbnails about Victoria 3? Motherfucker's like plus 3 million budget in the thumbnail. And I'm like, that's you're playing an error, right? You know that if this was a chess match, it would say blunder right now. 3 million in the budget is 3 million that is not being put into the economy. That's 3 million that's being put aside and wasted. Like, unless you're using it for war or something. Maybe it's being used for something the government is actually putting it towards. But a lot of times it's like you're racking up an income for nothing. Like if you're making a positive budget in Victoria 3, you're actually fucking up. Which is something that is not explained, obviously, in the tutorial, because that's a really complicated thing to explain, where it's like, traditionally, bigger money that's green is good, but in Victoria 3, it's not necessarily. It's like accessibility is not an excuse to have these games be so limited. I'm getting so mad because when I think about mixed economies in Victoria 3, I'm like, imagine, how fun that would be. I almost want to learn Victoria 3 modding now, so I can go and implement a mixed economy system, and just be like, here, just like all you have to do is unlock the ability to create co-ops and state-run governments, and then just. And what, dude? Now, I gotta calm down here. Gotta chill here. I want to learn how to mod now in Victoria 3 so that I can go and create a mixed economy system or something, because that would already be so cool. That would already be so interesting to mess around with. But, oh well. I don't know. This whole rant is because this whole rant is me justifying not wanting to play more Victoria 3, by the way. That's all this is. This is me just talking about how this whole section is me talking about how I don't want to play Victoria 3. Just to bring it back to the thesis of the whole rant, I don't want to play more Victoria 3. There's nothing interesting to do in Victoria 3. There are some interesting mechanics, in terms of like stuff goes. There's a lot of depth to Victoria 3. Let me pull it back here, right? There's a lot of depth in Victoria 3, which culminates into nothing, and that's the problem. I can sit around and I can min max like, oh my god, I would love to have the most profitable textile mills, and that way I can get really good trade rates on my textiles to Britain or something, right? And they can consume all my textiles and make these huge profits. And my capitalists get richer. Because the capitalists get richer, they can invest more, so I can grow my economy more. And this is like a cool chain of effects, right? Where it's like, because I found a good trade partner, we'll call it Britain, because I secured the resources required to cheapen up silk and dyes and cloth to make my clothes nice and cheaply with high profitability, my capitalists make more money. So then I can accomplish more stuff. And it's like, this is fun in theory, but it's like, why? Like, I could be super meta. I can grow my economy to be huge, but the AI is too incompetent to stop me in almost every case. Obviously it's similar to Civ 5 on deity difficulty. The hardest part is the first 50 turns, and then after that, you get such an advantage that you no longer need to worry. I don't know if anyone here has played like 4X games, but 4X games, the way they balance themselves usually, higher difficulties don't make the AI better at the game. They usually have a certain level of a point of becoming the highest level AI. Then from there, for the difficulties, just give extra resources at the beginning, right? So in Civ 5, for example, the AI gets an extra settler. They get extra military units, whatever. They get extra stuff, right? And that means that you're at a disadvantage objectively from the beginning, but you can outscale them through your superior decision making right away. Victoria 3 is like, the AI is not competent, but even if they were, okay, like, you can outscale them really, really fast. Just because, like, unless they genuinely got like an AI that could play the way that, say, I play, and again, I'm not even that good. Okay, I'm like, okay, if you could get a guy that could play, if you get an AI that could play generalist, then that'd be a hard game. Okay, and that would be maybe a more interesting game in terms of having to actually consider those spreadsheets. When generalist makes those spreadsheets about like the most optimal building paths, I think he's doing it because you want to see the GDP number go as high as possible, and that's fun, and I totally get it. But you could do a quarter of that effort and beat the AI. It's like, okay, what the fuck? Sorry, I just zoned back in out of my rant for a second, and I was like, oh man, I just talked about like Victoria. I just ranted Victoria 3 for like 2 hours. I'm pretty sure I just talked about Victoria 3 for like 2 hours. And I'm probably gonna end up continuing. I'm probably not even done yet. I think I still have more in me. I think I still have more rant in me, and I'm just enjoying watching Generalist here, playing Spain. I'm farming content off of him. He mentioned, is this even like okay TOS wise? I'm pretty sure it's only a problem if he doesn't like it, right? I guess if he wants, he can come and copyright claim my stream, in which case I'll take it down immediately. I don't know if he'd have a problem with it, but to make it into content at this point, I mean, I guess so. If a journalist, if you do ever see this, if you have a problem with me doing this, like, I'll take it down immediately. Don't have to even copy strike. Don't have to, just DM me. We have DMs, okay? You can let me know if you don't like this. Because I don't know, it's nice to have something in the background. I guess I don't want to just be staring at the screen there. But yeah, I don't know. It's just that if you're not gonna have difficulty in the game come from, like, if you're not gonna have any pushback in the game to the difficulty, because these games, this is a plague of every Paradox game, is that the AI is not good enough to keep up with even a mediocre player. But that's okay, because you don't have to necessarily keep up with a mediocre player. You can have the AI be relatively incompetent. You can have different classes of players, right? Um, um, like you can have the players who struggle for survival, and there's CK3 players like that. CK3 players who go on Reddit and say, "How do I deal with succession?" And it's like, oh man, that's a whole ass question. But they go on there like that. Their thing is like, I'm trying to survive. I'm trying to get by in this game. I don't want to like die to other enemies, right? I just want to like live and not be conquered. I don't want to get game over, right? And that's one class of players. I have a real life friend who plays EU4 who like has trouble like beating the AI. Like he has trouble, like he's not super good at the game, and he finds it funny that he knows someone like me, where I'm like, oh yeah, I did a world conquest in 20 hours in one sitting or whatever. I played as England and conquered all of India by like 1600, which isn't even that impressive, by the way. That's not even that impressive. But for him, like for this guy that this real life friend of mine, it's difficult to like, defeat, France, like as Castile. It's like he's got to call in Austria, he's got to call in England. It's tough for him, right? That's one class of players for whom the game is interesting because it's difficult enough based on the AI's baseline competence that they feel challenged and have to work to achieve that. And that's CK3 players too. Some of them are like that. Some CK3 players see like an HRE that's got 10,000 troops. And like, oh my god, how would I ever deal with that? I have 4,000 men, dude. Oh my god. And then a player like me is like swear fealty, claim throne, kidnap, and I'm already the emperor. I've already taken over the whole thing. Oh, there's a rebellion. I allied 6 other people, and we already crushed the rebellion. It's already over. You know what I mean? Like, there's whole different tiers of skill, and that can exist, and that exists for Victoria 3 for sure. There are some people who are like, oh my god, how do I play as Japan and not just get like totally destroyed by every Western power? Oh my god, that totally exists. I'm not making fun of them. Oh, I kind of am making fun of them, but like that archetype totally exists, and that's fine. Then there's like the people who like roleplay, where it's like, oh, I just really love seeing my GDP line go up, and I like to make a lot of I like to do my little like textile industry supply chain. So I try to get the best prices on my textiles, and that's really fun for me, and that's something I love doing, and that's like their thing, right? Is they role play, and again, role play is totally chill too. I love role playing in these games, and there's an appeal for them where it's like in Victoria 3 is not much appeal for them. I would say in CK3 is a lot of appeal for role players, but in Victoria 3 is not a lot of appeal for role players. Then you have the meta slaves. Okay, that would be your generalists. Okay, your generalists right here. Okay, where he's like, yo, dude, I am every game we conquer South Africa. We want the gold. Every game we conquer Borneo. It's got sulfur and gold. Every game we're gonna like prioritize the getting our railroads up right away. You could in theory play Victoria 3 and go play as the Sikh Empire and never industrialize. And you're making a horrible mistake. You'd be destroying the viability of your country, but you'd be role playing. But like, there's nothing interesting about doing that at all. It's like, oh my god, my grain price is so low. Wow, I'm so happy. My grain price is so low, and it's like, all right, yeah, there's not, who the fuck cares? Who asked? But the meta slave, like, everyone has to be appeased in some way if you're gonna have those communities, right? Appeasing the people who find the game difficult is easy because they just enjoy the game for what it is. They want to learn how to beat the game or whatever. You got to make sure that there's good enough tutorials that they can learn how to do that. Okay. The role players is tough. In CK3, the role players are pleased by playing tall, lame. They're pleased by tours and tournaments, which is a good DLC. They're pleased by legends. Legends are very popular in the role playing community, even though they're dog shit for roleplay, if you ask me. But you watch my review if you want to hear more about that. That's a thing, right? And then the meta people are like, I want new endgame goals. And in CK3 anyway, it's about new endgame buttons. I want decisions. I want new Legends actually did a pretty good job of that, where it's like, I want to do a legendary adventure. That's a cool thing for a meta slave. It's like, oh yeah, now I can go to do this crazy other stuff. Achievement slaves, yeah, get good achievements, whatever. That's a fourth type, is the achievement monster, the achievement mongers. Your humble achievement monger, just looking to get 100% achievements, which I've already done several times in CK3, by the way. Obviously. And you gotta appeal to each of these demographics, but it's like, it feels like Victoria 3 appeals to none of them. Okay? The tutorial is dog shit, so if you're bad at the game, then you're gonna just be confused and frustrated. There's no roleplay of any kind. I mean, there used to be kind of when migration was more hardcore, like when you could migrate like hundreds of thousands of pops in 1 week. It used to be fun to, I remember I did that video as Russia where I Russified Poland. That was fun, That was enjoyable to culturally shift places by creating the correct circumstances under which migration would happen, so that you can change the nature of a particular place. That was fun. That was cool, right? Then they killed that. The motherfuckers killed it. They nerfed migration into the ground, which was the only roleplay thing. They added fucking companies, which was like the lamest roleplay thing. You could rename the company. Like, I remember when companies first came out, I played as America, and I tried to be like super agrarian America. And I was like, wow, I made this company, and it makes my cotton throughput higher, and it gives me an extra building bonus to making cotton, and like, wow, this is so like I obviously am being facetious. I thought it was horrifically boring to be like, oh my god, yeah, wow, I'm making these cool cotton plantations. Wow, oh my god, you know, like there was no obviously ignore the subtext of cotton plantation America. We don't talk about that. The role play was totally just totally lame. Like there's just no role play at all in Victoria 3. They got rid of the one thing there was, the migration, man. It was fun to when I did the Empire Under the Pun, the cherry on top of that run was when I made Lancashire majority Bengali. That was hilarious. Okay, when Lancashire became majority Bengali. Okay, he's doing the obligatory 4 hour long post DLC rant. It's not even. This is a fucking patch rant. It's not even a DLC rant. I wish it was a DLC rant. It's a patch rant. Ah, ranting about a fucking patch. But they got rid of the one thing that was fun for roleplay, and what remains is I don't know. Can anyone want to contribute? Like, is there anyone here think of anything that's fun to roleplay in Victoria 3? Like, I guess like going like being a communist. Like it's like, oh yeah, look at me reforming my government into being a council republic, and now I'm a communist, and it's like, yeah, too bad you gotta wait till like 1936 to be able to do that shit. You know, like yeah, there'll be another rant on May 6th. Rome, Byzantium. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can form Byzantium, you know, but what do you get for that, right? It's just, now I'm purple. Yeah, oh, I'm purple now. Uh, I'm, I'm purple. You know, like, that's all the Byzantium does. Like, roleplay, obviously, when I, like, for example, I'll talk about the roleplay I did as Mexico when I was fighting America, right? Okay. So I did the roleplay where, like, it was very, very much completely outside of the game. I did the role play. Okay, so in that video I played as Mexico, and I intentionally decided to not prepare for fighting America because I wanted to almost emulate, like I wanted to be like a sort of misguided Mexico that threw off the caudillos, so chose to become much less militaristic, which by the way, that journal entry is like impossible to solve. It takes years to solve the caudillo journal, which is hilarious. But okay, before I get too thrown off track here, right? Okay, I didn't put on purpose. I was like, yeah, I wanna lose to America and then have a revanchism. I think revanchism is like I wanted to have like an upheaval in my society of like we lost all the northern territories, you know, like lost Aztlan or whatever I don't know what the name of like the revanchist Mexican movement to reclaim the Northern American states. And I was like, yeah, okay, I want to have that. I wanted to lose, exactly. I wanted to have that going on where it's like, okay, I'm having like a revanchist movement, and then we're gonna go and reconquer the states and all that, and I'm gonna economically develop as like a way of redirecting the people's angers and stuff like that. So I've during video editing, absolutely, definitely not. Um, and that was the thing is that there wasn't any like there's no revanchism in Victoria 3. It's not like the interest groups that I had were influenced by the losses of those states to America. It's not like the fact that I got a market liberal was based on trying to be influenced by the states. None of this represented in game. This is all just my like headcanon. Like it is all just in my headcanon of just making shit up completely and assigning to characters with no motivations whatsoever, some kind of motivation, just so I can say that it's there and because it's entertaining and because I wanted to write something interesting. Okay, but at the end of the day, that run was basically me losing intentionally and then playing the economy relatively competently. Like that's what the gameplay was. The only thing that made it interesting was my writing. Okay, that video. If I showed you that video without the storytelling, it would have been the most boring shit you've ever seen. Okay, the only reason why it was even okay to watch was that. I'm asking what your view is on the question on material and economic equality and political perspective. I would normally be down to answer something like that, but not right now because I'm in Victoria 3 rant mode. But I'll tell you this: Harvest of Archibalds or Archibalds, whatever you prefer. Ask me that again sometime when I'm not ranting, and I'd be down to give you, or ask me Discord even after the stream. Ping me or something on Discord if you want, and I can answer it there too. If battles 2 and Vic 3 suck, you can just swim past people and enemies. I don't do whatever. Navy's always going to be kind of fucking weird in this game, and I don't even know what you do about it. Back to the Mexico thing. Okay, I like. Like, it was only interesting because I made up that roleplay, and there's no representation of it at all. In CK3, every mechanic, like, has some kind of sense of roleplay to it, I would say. Like, think about, like, cultural acceptance in CK3 between different pops, or not, mixing up the games now and all the crossing the streams, two different cultures, right? Cultural acceptance between different cultures, and the fact that that's like a gameplay mechanic, but one which it doesn't take a genius to write about like why declaring a war would decrease cultural acceptance. Like there's a representation of the very real outcome that war occurring between groups of people will cause cultural acceptance to go down. That's like, is there is there anyone that would be like that's not realistic? Like that completely makes sense. But a Victoria 3, okay, if you have a Mexico which has a market liberal capitalist running. Like I had Benito Juarez, which he's a real person, but in the game he was a market liberal. Okay, Benito Juarez was like the leader of the Agrarians, who were the most powerful interest group I had, who was a market liberal, and he like in I my headcanon, this isn't even him in the game. My headcanon in the game was that he like was the one driving the industrialization of Mexico, with the promise that like the industrialization would provide for the military needs to keep America away from Mexico. And then when America attacked me in the game and conquered like all of my northern states basically, there was no impact on that on the politics of the country. But let's be real, if a country lost like a third of its territory to another country, are we going to act like there wouldn't be any kind of like political effect on that? Like there wouldn't be any kind of like change in the sentiments of the population or change in the sentiments of the politicians? Like of course there would be, right? And I'm not even appealing to realism, because like realism isn't necessarily the priority. It doesn't have to be realistic. But I'm appealing to the sense of what would be an interesting outcome. Like this would be a mechanical thing, is like if you lose territory, then you should get more jingoists in your country. But like even roleplay wise, like would it not be more interesting to have the impact of the events of the game like change something about the game? Like I don't know, it's so ridiculous that there was the only impact it had was because I decided for it to have an impact. There was no gameplay reason. Even if it was represented just like a journal entry that was like reclaiming our lost states or whatever, and it was a generic journal entry that was just like it had a progress bar, and if you reclaim your territories, the progress bar fills. If you don't reclaim them, it empties, and once it empties, the journal fails, and if it fails, you get a bunch of movements for jingoism or something, and if it succeeds, you get a bunch of loyalists. Like easy journal entry, okay? If you lose states, open the journal entry, and then if the journal entry fails, you get a bunch of revanchism, or I guess jingoism, because there's no revanchism in the game. And if it succeeds, you get loyalists. Like is that so hard? Is that so much to ask for? Like is that like? And I'm not even asking for anything more than that. Like obviously, I would want it to be more complicated than that. I'd want there to be more nuance. But like, fucking just make it a journal entry, man. I hate journal entries. They suck. They're like so boring, and they're not interesting, and they don't work very nicely, and I don't enjoy them very much. But like, fuck it, dude. Let's just journal entries. At least it'll be something. At least it'll give me some role play, right? Like, look at journalists' journal entries here. There are none. There are no there are no journal entries going on here, because there's like he's just playing the game, man, and that's totally fine. Like you can totally just play the game as a mechanical entry, but then we gotta talk about the mechanics of Victoria 3, and this is like the one thing where um it's not really that deep. It's kind of deep. Like I'm not gonna shit on Victoria 3 too much for this. Like it's kind of deep. There's certainly some depth with the economy, like in terms of creating supply chains and finding the correct price balances. Because for example, like you might think that you would want clothes to be expensive so you can make more GDP off them, but remember that your people buy the clothes, so you don't want them to be too poor. They're spending all their money on clothes, right? Like there's some nuance to be had, but the problem is that the nuance has an answer, and that's go look at Generalist's Excel sheet where he found the correct answer to every price for every good. Like as in correct as in like in every situation, right? Like every country will want these price balances in order to maintain the maximum possible throughput and maximum possible output of all the businesses that are in the supply chain. Like the steps to that perfection may be unique. You may have like a particular lack of sulfur or something, but then you just conquer one state that has like 40 sulfur. You conquer Sindh, and you have 40 sulfur mines, and that's enough sulfur to keep you going until you hit at least like 200 million GDP. And it's like, okay, All right. I mean, yeah, the problem is there's an optimal answer to every strategy. And this happens in a lot of strategy games, unfortunately. Think about even like EU4 or something. EU4 is better about this because of national ideas where every country kind of has their own thing. But even then in EU4, cavalry are just bad. I know this is maybe a controversial take because there are people who love to build a lot of cavalry when they play as hordes. But you find this Excel sheet, it's on Generalist Discord. Go to Generalist's stream, go to his Discord, and it's all in there. You can ask him for it, and he'll just give it to you. It's like, here, it's the optimal answer to everything. It's a really complicated Excel sheet, and I'm sure you spent hours trying to figure it out. But like, yeah, it just there you go. There's the answer. In EU4, cavalry are incorrect. Like to use cavalry, the only situation where they're better is if you have intentionally handicapped yourself by stacking cavalry combat modifiers. So if you've already been playing the game wrong, you can having already played in error, you can continue you can it's like when you make a mistake in chess where you fork a new path, and while that path was created with imperfection, you now can play perfectly along the imperfect line, right? That's the idea. In EU4, if you build cavalry, you've already made a mistake, but once you've already invested in it, you might as well keep investing in it, I guess, at that point. But in theory, you should never be investing in cavalry. We keep watching us all stream? Yes, we did. In fact, I've just been ranting about Victoria 3 for like 2.5 hours now. Like, Victoria 3 is the most solved strategy game. And you know what's the least fun kind of strategy game? Is the solved one. Like, imagine if, I don't know, if CK3 just had, like CK3 does a pretty good job of giving you different answers to the same problem. Wrong, cavalry's go to playing as a horde, which is the strongest government type. That's still not correct. Listen, go to Lambda's Discord. Look, I dare any of you, okay? But I've been in Lambda's Discord forever, and I watch what they say there. Go to Lambda's Discord, tell them you like cavalry, and watch the fireworks fly, okay? The hardcore meta players of EU4, none of them would tell you the cavalry is good. Anyone is Blobber around? Okay, Blobber has an emote in his stream that says no cav. Okay, no cav because cav are so bad because cav are horribly inefficient. They don't they will never be as good as just more infantry who can cover the entire field. Like in terms of the cost per unit, like it's too much gold for a unit who's only marginally better. Who like when you're better off having a full line of infantry and a full line of artillery. That is better than any level of cavalry. Unless you've already played in error and stacked up cavalry modifiers, in which case from the incorrect line you can keep going. Every cav starts with you deleting all cav. That's how it is though for the pro players. That's how it is, man. Like for the actual like super pro players, that is the beginning of every playthrough is deleting every piece of cav. Exactly. The competitive multiplayer EU4 player will never build a single cav if they play vanilla. Yeah, you may have different rebalancing mods that can change that, and that's that's different then. But in EU4 vanilla, there's no such thing as building cav if you're being meta. Now, obviously, I'm not meta, so I build cav in the EU4 sometimes. I like that they loot better. They get more loot every tick. I love that for them. Yeah. Also, I guess in a way, if your force limit is very low, then maybe you can get more damage per force limit. Isn't the meta it's like every single troop in one time, never fight everyone and only siege? Well, in theory, if you can win a war without ever having to fight, that's better. But usually it's it depends on your CB though. Now we're getting to EU4 meta, but depending on the CB, with Holy War you gotta fight, otherwise you're not gonna get a lot of war score. In SP, yeah, in SP you never want to fight if you can avoid it. You just siege everything, but obviously it's not always possible to do that. Although again, it does depend on your CB because with Holy War, you're gonna want, or if you're doing travel conquest as a horde, you're gonna want to do fights to get war score. Okay, I was talking about Victoria 3's mechanics, right? Then we went into EU4. Victoria 3's mechanics are solved. And obviously you don't have to play them to the level of being solved every time, but by choosing to play them in a way that is not solved, that's actually true, Lele. Yeah, you can go over force a bit more. By choosing to play in a way where you have not solved the the game, you're only playing worse. In CK3, right? There's multiple different ways to achieve the same goal. So let's say I have a succession problem. Someone asks me, how do I deal with succession? It's a very open-ended question. Like, well, what faith are you? Okay, I'm Christian. Okay, well, you probably have access to monasteries. Go turn them into monks. Oh, I'm Muslim. Well, hey, kinslaying is legal in Islam in that game. So imprison plus execute. Simple as, bruv. I became British for a second. Oh, I'm playing as a pagan. Okay, make the kid a commander. Go lose some battles. Hope they die in combat. Okay. I'm playing as I can go on, right? You see what I mean? And none of these answers are the optimal answer. They're situationally the correct answer based on what your situation is. One of them may be more correct than the other, but then again, all of them will work. You may even say to someone, you know what you should do? Become a Christian briefly, make your kid a monk, then go back to being not a Christian. That's also a valid answer. Sorry, I was going to cycle the battle infantry. Yeah, that's big true, Zeph. Let's do that. The point is that in CK3 you have successions have a huge family, save 10,000 dynasty members by the game end. Well, my correct answer to succession is eat the succession because it's more fun. And that's a really powerful statement to be able to make. I will play suboptimally because it is more fun to do so in CK3. In Victoria 3, it's never more fun to play less optimally. Like, except in that particular case where I, from completely outside of the realm of the game, chose to write a story about how my Mexico losing to America created revanchism, which is not presented in the game at all. That was just me getting creative and writing a backstory, right? That's like me doing D&D, basically, in the game, in a way. And that's fun because I like writing. That's not fun because I like Victoria 3. I like writing stories. That was why that was fun. That wasn't because of Victoria 3. In CK3, there are many different answers to the same problem, one of which may or may not be the correct one, but it doesn't matter because you pick the one that's the most fun. I think it's the most fun to allow partition and then to reconquer what I lost, or to just say goodbye to that realm and say that's gonna go be its own story now, right? And CK3 allowing that is a huge commendation for it as a strategy game. This kind of thing also happens in Civ 6, not Civ 5 as much. Civ 5 is a little more simplistic, but in Civ 6, like, you may have certain optimal ways to run your cities, and on deity difficulty, you're gonna have to play that way. But if you're playing on, like, even on deity, if you're really good at the game, you can get away with being a little suboptimal. It can be really fun. It can be really fun to like try to make your cities like have the production city, the gold city, the food city. You know what I mean? Like that can be fun because you feel rewarded for it by having these massive numbers go up. And you can do it in different ways, right? It's not necessarily optimal in Civ 6 to have a city with like massive production and almost no growth. Because in theory, the growth will, after a certain number of turns, become worth more production than the production would have been worth in the moment. But it's still fun, nonetheless, because you feel the big number going up. I disagree that having a huge dynasty is suboptimal. I mean, I also think it's not suboptimal to have a huge dynasty. It just depends on the situation. If you don't have mystical ancestors, then it is suboptimal to have a massive dynasty up to a certain point. But how is an revanchism in the game? They could just slap modifier that makes perhaps more jingoist, makes armor cheaper like Vic 2. No, doesn't exist. I'm sure you could do it. I'm sure it wouldn't be very hard to implement, but it doesn't exist. Dude, journal entry it. Fuck it, dude. I hate journal entries, but journal entry it. You lose a war, revanchism journal entry. There you go. It just gives you some random events here and there that change stuff. Whatever. Going back to the talk about like suboptimal mechanics. There's no fun in Victoria 3 to playing less than what is exactly correct, and there is an exactly correct answer to everything, which is unfortunate. Because you could, in theory, like, for example, the correct answer, and you can see Journalist did this in his run, the correct answer in Victoria 3 is laissez-faire to start, to grow your economy as fast as possible. Then once you've hit a certain threshold, I don't know what the threshold is because I haven't read the document or anything, but once you hit a threshold, you go to communism because then your workers can profit from the massive profits of your businesses. I think the dynasty bad in any way. If you have a ton of dynasty members, well, first of all, this is a funny answer, but it causes more lag if you have more dynasty members. But second of all, it's because you have more characters who exist that will have claims on you, up to a certain point. More dynasty members give you more renown to a limit. I think it's 150 members, after which you don't get any more renown from each dynasty member. Which means that more dynasty members may result in more people who have claims on you. They result in more people who, like, you have to manage, and you got to think about what these people are doing and stuff, and more people who may, like, I don't know, just who may get married to the wrong people and give claims to you to other families, right? Like, you know, it becomes more to manage. Sounds like a skill issue. True, that's kind of true. Yeah, it's kind of a skill issue. With the Black Death, maybe it's less of a problem now. Yeah, free trade. Yeah, free trade always. Like, there's no situation where you want to use tariffs. Tariffs don't give enough money to be worth it. I've never been in a situation where I was like, oh, dog, I really want to switch to free trade, but my economy is so dependent on tariffs. Tariffs are like, you know, £1,000 a week if you're like really milking the tariffs, you know, really milking them hard. Free trade's better because, you know what I can do with free trade? I can bring in more stuff for my supply chains to make my business make more money so that my workers get paid more, so I can tax the wages more. Boom. That's more money than the tariffs will ever make. Not to mention the the people who work in the trade depots often are themselves, if like, shopkeepers and useful pops that are going to be paying a lot of taxes to you. So it's like, yeah, okay, free trade me every time. Yeah, but all people get claims. Yeah, but it's just it's also in a way because this is like a super meta reason, but in theory, if you have a very prestigious dynasty and there's a lot of people around, other dynasties can marry into those people to get prestige, and you don't want your enemies getting prestige, right? But nobody cares about this meta. And this would be about CK3. Like, yeah, in theory, it's optimal to have a smaller dynasty so you can control all of them better. But who the fuck cares? Like, my dude, like, it's not like anyone cares about that meta. That's a meta that's like only for like, in theory, trying to treat the game like it's Victoria 3, which it's not. CK3 is not at all like Victoria 3. In theory, it's just doesn't really matter much. Oh, even the USA was protectionist in the Victorian era. I can't get over. I can't get over how unhistorical the free trade meta is. Oh yeah, I mean, Britain's like Victorian history is kind of based on their protectionism, like their trade history. I mean, because they so strongly were like, we have to like import from others and then turn those into goods and export them. We don't like. I remember like the corn laws come from Britain, where they were like they were exporting a lot of grain and stuff, and there was a protectionist movement to be like, we should probably not be. Maybe I'm getting this history wrong, so hopefully I'm not too wrong about it. But um, like the ability to like not export all of your food such that people can actually eat in your country. Like that's an important part of Britain's history, was becoming more protectionist in response to the starvation of people because there's not enough food around, right? Tariffs being entirely negligible, it's really weird too, because at this point in time, entire wars fought over tariffs. Exactly. Like the wars have been fought over the right to trade, um, without tariffs because of how profitable a tariff could be. And then in this game, tariffs are the most meaningless source of income I've ever seen. It's like, okay. Like if I was playing a Sikh Empire, if I could corner the market on silk and then jack up the tariffs, I could be rich, like really rich. But the maximum tariff you can ever charge, 25%. If you have protectionism and you set it to protect domestic supply, maybe it's 35%. I forgot. But point is that you can only jack it up like a bit. And to be 30% or whatever is pretty high, if that is what it is. Maybe it was 25, but pretty high. But even then, like cornering the market on silk, it's like impossible because there's so much of it like everywhere. You'd have to like, I mean, I guess to be fair, silk maybe is a bad example because it's so common in like China and stuff. But like maybe a better example would be something like rubber, because rubber's more rare. If you can corner the market on rubber, and genuinely, if you can own like every rubber creating province, or at least the vast majority of them in the game, then like you're not going to make a lot of money off of the tariffs. Like, because you could have it so that every country in the game is dependent on you you can generally monopolize rubber, and it won't mean anything for your economy. It won't mean much at all. It'll just be like, okay, well, I guess I produce ultra cheap rubber. I'm going to put huge tariffs on it, the max tariff I can put on it, and I'm still going to be making like maybe if you're trading to every market in the game, you're going to make maybe 10,000 pounds on the rubber tariffs. Maybe that's like being very, very giving, and that's not even very much. That's nothing. That's like 2 gold mines. That's not as much as if you just conquer South Africa and get the gold mines. You get more minting from that than you would get from the tariffs of controlling the entire rubber market, or even the oil market. I mean, bro, wars today are fought for oil, man. Like, it's hilarious. What's timer for? Increases the pogs per minute. That's always the answer that I give to that question. Increases the pogs per minute. Also, it just helps me keep track. Honestly, I think it's there also because it helps keep track of how long I've been talking. I think I said everything I want to say about Victoria 3's mechanics there. The roleplay is lacking because the game isn't very reactive to anything that happens. The mechanics are solved, and the way you could fix that is by having different answers to the same question, which are both equally viable, or not equally, but which are both variably viable depending on the situation you find yourself in. Right now, it doesn't exist. The optimal move is laissez-faire to begin, free trade, conquer Transvaal and Orania and Zulu, research railways so you can get more infrastructure, and then just produce whatever is profitable. And you see forced taxation. See, but one of the metas even don't go to per capita tax, because you can't get to proportional taxation unless you are on per capita, or unless you are on land-based taxation. It's crazy, dude. Which is better protections. As far as I understand, you can get 0% tariffs in one direction protections anyways, but at the same time, I can keep other people from importing a bunch of meat from me, which would lead to capitalists to build more shitty ranches. The reason why free trade is better is because you spend less bureaucracy per trade route. and also because you can import and export more. So the quantity of export, the quantity of trade is higher, and the cost of it bureaucracy-wise. So um, bureaucracy more or less is effectively the cost of the state um, being manifested as a number. So the less bureaucracy you spend on your trade, the less you spend on your budget on it, and you can export and import more. Yes, Generalist and I have talked. Yeah, I taught him how to multi-stream. We had a Discord call. We talked. We got along really well actually. We talked about like books and stuff, and we talked about our university experiences. But no, we had a whole last like several hour long conversation after I helped him to set up multi-streaming. It's because of me that he's on Twitch. Okay, I brought him. I brought him here. I brought him to Twitch. I taught him how to use Restream to do multi-streaming. Yeah, we've already talked and stuff. We're I consider him a friend, but obviously we don't know each other that well. But yeah, we are already in contact, and he knows how I feel. I've talked to him about how I feel with Victoria 3. He already knows. I tell him to play CK3 more. Yeah, I always tell him that he should play some CK3. Maybe one day he will. Grandpa figure out how Twitch works. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he needs to be on Twitch, man. This is where he belongs. The pogs per minute on Twitch is crazy. But yeah. Sorry, I think I'm finally running out of steam for the rant on Victoria 3. I think I'm finally running out here. I'll summarize quickly. Roleplay sucks because the game isn't reactive. Your actions have no impact on anything really. Awesome X and Death Strat to feed your capitalist money. I mean, yeah, like I don't play the game enough to really comment anymore. Back in the early patches, that was the meta because it was much easier to grow like your GDP. So GDP was calculated incorrectly back in the day. It was every good, even if it was consumed in a supply chain, still counted for the GDP. So that's why in old guides you'll see me reach like 2 billion GDP. It was calculated differently. So it was much easier to create a lot more minting by creating a larger economy. So you could do max debt and then outgrow your debt more easily. Today I think you still can in the current patch, but it's just harder. But back in the day, it was a very legitimate. I did it in my India playthrough. I was constantly at like max debt, but I was just outgrowing the debt cap, so it didn't matter. And then the debt was feeding the capitalists who were able to then invest that interest payment back into the economy, which again is a cool piece of nuance. But I don't know if that's meta now. I don't play on the common. I don't play on the current patch enough to know. Ask Generalist. They just go Generalist. Go to Generalist and ask him. He would know better. Yes, in summary, roleplay sucks because the game's not reactive to anything that happens. Mechanically, the game is solved. It has the same steps over and over again. You'll see Genocide every time if he's playing not for roleplay, if he's playing for trying to be the best he can be. The first thing you do, get enough of a navy to go conquer South Africa, get the gold there, get the iron, get the coal. Try to get to multiculturalism as soon as possible. Try to get to proportional taxation. Go to laissez-faire, free trade. These are the correct plays. Always have notice how his budget is minus 147k or whatever right now. It's like 174k. Always be in deficit when you can. Again, unless you're expecting to need that money for war. Like for example, you wouldn't want to. It's good to have gold reserves if you are in a precarious position. But if you know no one's ever going to attack you, then who needs gold reserves? So he's probably maintaining gold reserves here because he knows that there's danger around him. So he's like, let me have some money left over just in case. I don't know. You'd have to go to his stream and fucking ask him why he has gold reserves right now if you want to. He's literally streaming, so you can ask him personally. I'm just assuming based on his gameplay that he's probably keeping the gold reserves around. This is always the most experienced player in the current patch. Yeah, no, bro. Listen, I'm not here to try and act like I know one Generalist. He knows way more about this game than I do. I just know my experiences with them, and I think that he probably would actually disagree. I think that he finds there's a lot of fun in like the performance of the meta strats. Notice how you always go for Peru, Bolivia. You always go for Transvaal. There is something to be said for the fun of executing the correct strategy. It's the same thing with like when you play a chess opening, and there's some fun in the satisfaction of playing the correct moves. It's like, oh yeah, that was good. I did a good job there. I did a good job there. I did a good job there. Doesn't appeal to me though. I like to play off meta to discover new ways to play. Right, CK3 is great for that. Lots of new ways to play. Lots of meta ways to play too. If you want to go, buy the sword and all that, yeah, great. That's joke based off the patch came out today. Oh yeah, fair enough. Well, it probably still remains true. He probably is playing it the most of anyone, although he did start the stream a couple hours after the patch dropped. But yeah. Mechanics suck because they're solved, and then the accessibility is a non-argument because the game needs a better tutorial to be more accessible, and it's not very accessible anyway to be actually good at the game. Yeah, but Go? No, I haven't played Go. I used to play a lot of chess. I don't play chess much anymore, but I used to play a lot of chess, and there's something to be said for the fun of of a book, a book opening. That's definitely, and then the real fun of chess is in the game after the book opening, obviously. But I'm not that good at chess. I do book openings, and then I do what I hope are good moves and try to win. But I'm not super. I used to be much better at chess when I was younger. I used to play like almost every day because I was in the chess club in high school. I know, Todd Howard moment, but I was in the chess club in high school and I used to play every day. And I was much better back then, but I'm totally out of practice now. And I assume I could learn again, but I don't really want to. For me, the new chess of my life is CK3. That's like a game where I'm like, oh, let me try this new. I have this opening. The opening in CK3 is your first character is your steward character who exploits the vassals to get money and sells titles to get money, who builds up the domain. That's your book move in CK3. And then after that, like that's where you get creative. That's where you do your Magnus Carlsen. You do your maybe even like incorrect moves to throw off your player kind of thing. You do your fun stuff. You're gonna play the new Paradox game Millennia. I already have early access to that, so yes. I actually have already how many hours in Millennia. I've been playing a shit ton of it. I really like it. Um, I have 36 hours in Millennia, and it's not even out yet because I got early access. Dude, let me tell you a story. This is not about Victoria 3. I asked for CK3 early access to the community manager of CK3. Motherfucker was like, yeah, sure, sounds good. Here's the key. Okay, here's an NDA. Please sign it. Here's the key. Okay, NDA was in Swedish. I figured it out. Whatever. By the way, do you want Millennia early access? I'm like, yeah, I would love that. I played like 50 hours of the demo, and he was like, here you go, sign the NDA. Millennium is a 4X game coming from Millennia is a 4X game coming from C Prompt Games, which is published by Paradox. So it's not actually a Paradox game. Not actually a Paradox game. It's published by Paradox, but it's good though. Like, listen, I've been playing it, okay, and the early access build has some bugs, but it's like 3 weeks out from release, so they have time to fix them. And I've been reporting bugs. I've been talking to devs reporting bugs. Okay, holy. It's quite an honor actually to be able to interact with the devs and all that. Is it Grand Trade? No, it's 4X. Think of Civ, but it's way more complicated than Civ. Age of Wonders 4. I do own Age of Wonders 4. It didn't stick with me. I don't know. I don't like the setting as much. I'm not into the fantasy settings that much. It was fun. I played it with my friends, my IRL friends. We had some good times in it, but it was enjoyable for a bit, and it didn't grow on me as much. Money has grown on me though. Oh my god, it grew on me a lot. I'm kind of addicted to it, and it was lucky that I was able to not be so addicted that I was falling behind on the CK3 content to play it. Mixed with playing with two of the 4X in my library, supply chains. I don't know what the 4X you have, but the biggest 4X I've played is Civ. Obviously, I played Civ 5, Civ 6, and Endless Legend. That's the other one that I played a lot. Millennia has like Victoria 3 style like supply chain mechanics, and foreign trade between cities, like similar to Victoria 3, but like way more nuanced than even I can describe here. And it also has crazy like alt history mechanics and stuff, like what you do in the game, like in terms of like what things you harvest or what stuff you accomplish will change the era it's called. So like when, for example, this was all in the demo, so I'm pretty sure I can talk about this. If during the Bronze Age you like kill a fuck ton of people, you don't go to the Age of Iron, you go to the Age of Blood, which is an age where every player is permanently at war until the age ends. I love that shit. It's very reactive, highly reactive to everything that you do. I love that. The supply chains are really complicated. Like okay, well, not that complicated. Some of them are really complicated. Some of them are simple. Some of them is like wheat to flour to bread. Some of them are like okay, I'm gonna try to remember like some of them. Some of them are like okay, gold to jewelry, and then I think like gold to jewelry, and then the jewelry you can trade to other cities, and like it gives the effects of jewelry there, and the gold can also turn into like you can turn like marble into statues, and the statues and the gold can make like gilded statues, and depending on as you play, you unlock what's called like national spirits, and the national spirits are like the identity of your country, you could say. and they give you different supply chains. So, for example, one of them, the Great Masters, is like artists, and they actually I better want to go with machinists. They have like tinkerers. So one of the supply chains. This is a really fun one. Is iron to ingots to tools to inventions, and that's with machinists. Machinists get the inventions part of it, and it's like this long chain of stuff which gives different rewards. So the iron is just production. The ingots is more efficient production, but the tools are like I think the tools are also production, but the inventions are improvement points. It's different resources, so you convert them into different resources entirely. But you can also turn tools into spears, and spears give you what's called like warfare domain XP. So it's like a whole other like it's not even anything to do with production. You turn it into like weapons for war, and it's really cool because it's what I'm talking about when I say a strategy game that's not solved. Obviously there are some better options than others. Like like every 4X game, usually your opening is to make a scout. Like it's usually better to scout around and stuff. But it's entirely viable in Millennia, from what I've played so far, to like play however the hell you want, and as long as you play however the hell you want, but effectively, like in a way where like you're if you're trying to focus on just being a production household, like a total production powerhouse, if you do that well, then you'll succeed. Whereas in Civ, all roads lead to science. This is like one of the realities of Civ 6, Civ 5 more especially, but Civ 6 as well. All roads lead to science. You have to be on top of your science game, or else the guy is going to just raise, like your enemy is going to just raise better units than you and conquer you. That's how it is. In Millennia, like there's a term for this. I forget what it's called, but like when a civilization bases its culture off of the environment around it, I don't know what you call that. Like some sociologists in here will know, but like when the idea that the way that a culture develops is based on the like environment that it was created in. Millennia is like that in a lot of ways, where you evaluate what's around you and you think, okay, like if I have a lot of forests, then I can go different paths with that, where the forests can either be left alone and I can specialize in like getting more stuff out of unimproved forests, so we can be like naturalists, it's called, that natural spirit. Or you can be more of an industrialist, where you can put foresters down and then you can convert the wood into lumber, and the lumber can be converted into I think it was logs into lumber. I forget, but you can basically make lumber, and the lumber is super good for production. Like it's insane. It's like a lot of production. But it takes a lot of people, because you have to have it's 3 logs to 3 lumber. So that's 4 pops. You're spending 3 to do the 3 logs, 1 more to convert the 3 logs to 3 lumber. So it's a 4 pop investment. So if you don't have a lot of population, you're like, okay, I probably can't do the logs because I don't have enough people to handle that. So instead, you might focus on marble, which is a much less population, but which gives less production than the wood. But it gives you like culture and art. So marble you can turn into like stone blocks, and those blocks give you production. But then you can also turn the stone blocks into statues, and the statues give you art. Or you can keep the stone blocks how they are, and that can just keep your production going, and you can use them for building stuff. And these they as the game goes further on, it gets more complicated. I'm just describing kind of the very beginning of it, but it gets more complicated. That was kind of a rant about Millennia that kind of just went out of nowhere, but I love that game. I'm having a ton of fun with it right now, and I think it's gonna be. I'm obviously not a 4X YouTuber, but I definitely want to make videos about it because it's a good game. I played Humankind, I played Civ 6, played Civ 5, played Endless Legend, played Age of Wonders 4. They're all pretty good. I didn't like Humankind that much. I didn't like Humankind that much. I'll say this, Halababa, for if you're asking if you think you should buy Millennia. I'm allowed to make videos about it in about like a week. Wait until I make some videos and watch the gameplay of like the later game stuff, because I can do whatever I want up to I think a certain. I can't do like the end game, but basically like the up and go up to like the end of the mid game basically. Watch the videos I have there when I make those. This is not just me trying to shill my YouTube channel, by the way. I'm generally saying like if to get a better idea of what the game is like. Once I get the embargoes up and I can make videos about Millennia, go and watch those, and maybe you can get a better idea of if you want to buy the game or not. It's hard to recommend just from like word. You got to kind of see the game a little bit. It's a good game though. I'll say this just from the early access playthroughs. It's a good game. I see you later, Nikita. Have a good sleep. But yeah, I would say it's worth buying right now. But for you gotta watch some videos and stuff and see what the game looks like before you determine if you want to buy it. Okay, Victoria 3. I'm gonna stop talking Victoria 3 now. Go check out the vids. Hell yeah, dude. Oh yeah, Zachary. It looks really good to me. I've been enjoying it a ton, absolute ton. The devs are nice people too. I've been reporting bugs and all that, and they're very quick about squashing bugs. Because remember, Paradox is not the developer. Okay, dude, there are people I've heard calling Millennia a Paradox game is a little bit upsetting to me because I feel bad for C Prompt. Okay, the devs are making the game. C Prompt is the developer. Paradox is the publisher. Okay, like C Prompt is the developer. Okay, and their devs are really great. Now Paradox devs are nice too. I'm not saying they're bad devs, but the point is that C Prompt's developers have been really good to work with. They've been really active on killing bugs and stuff. They reply to you, like they reply to me within a few hours, depending on when I report the bug. So yeah, good. Curious to see what I'm just looking at comments on the review for Legends of the Dead, and I'm really curious how that's gonna go. I already summarized my Victoria 3 stuff. I don't know if I'll cut this little rant up into like a video about like my thoughts on Victoria 3's new patch or whatever, but yeah, I just I'm waiting for Sphere of Influence. I'm sorry, I thought about if 1.6 would point back in the game. It's just some new UI. At the end of the day, this patch, just some new UI. So I wouldn't exactly call it like, oh yeah, this is really gonna pull me back in the game. It's like, yeah, it's some new UI. Migration's changed a little bit. Migration still isn't how it was before. I liked migration when it was ridiculous, even if it was unrealistic. I liked it when it was ridiculous because it was more fun. I'm totally happy to shit on realism in order to create more fun. Migration was fun when a million pops moved a week, even though it made no sense, because obviously that's like a mass exodus, right? I loved Russifying Poland in that one video. I loved doing all that crazy shit. What I'm probably gonna do now is stream for 4 hours. I'm hungry. I want to have some lunch. I want to send you guys over to Generalist, because some of you actually are here for some of you actually are here for CK3 or for Vic 3. So let's send you over there. I can rate him on both streams, funnily enough, because he's streaming on both platforms. That can work. Did I type his name right? Yeah, good. Okay. Can I redirect? How do I redirect on YouTube? Let's do that. Can I even? I wonder if he even has that on, so I can redirect to him. Okay, what I'll do instead, because I don't want to waste time figuring out how to redirect. I'm just gonna drop a link to Generalist's stream on the YouTube chat. So just head over there and just let him know that I sent you. And yeah, we'll go and watch him for a bit. I'm gonna still be in chat in Generalist stream. So if you want to keep talking, I mean, if you want to talk to me, come to the Discord and talk. If you don't talk to me in his chat, that's very rude. But if you want to like talk to me more, come to the Discord. If you want to chit chat about his stream with me, then feel free to come on down to the stream and do that. YouTube audience, go to the YouTube stream. Twitch audience, come to the Twitch stream. Let's go say hi to Generalist. Show him what's up. It's been a real pleasure streaming for you guys. I really appreciate y'all listening to me. I'll see you guys tomorrow probably for another stream. Hope you have another great day, night, evening, afternoon, whatever day it is for you. And I'll see you next time. What's up, boys?